I'm ready.
We can stay on Europe.
Hello, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. We have got a fun format today as we are entering 2v2 all-kill mode in the Team Liquid map contest team tournament as well. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. I think we're going to be in for some good games. Our starting matchup is very fun, but first of all, just before we begin, I'm going to show you guys the teams, just to show you kind of a quick rundown. So it's teams of 5. Teams send forward a 2v2 combo. And then that 2v2 combo plays a best of 3. The losing team loses a player from their team. And the last, whenever you can't field a 2v2 combo because your players are eliminated, it is over. So we've got Team Hearthstone versus Team UTHERMAL. And Hearthstone and UTHERMAL are team captains, and they drafted. Hearthstone picked MaxPax first before UTHERMAL followed up with SHOWTIME and Spirit. Hearthstone then took LAMBO and Nicorakt, leaving UTHERMAL to take Goblin and a Laser before Wayne was left to Hearthstone on the final position. So those are our two teams of 5. Our starting match today is going to be actually Nicorakt and Wayne versus Goblin and UTHERMAL. That's going to be the opening best of 3 2v2. It's as simple as that. Without any further ado, we're going to ready up and get ready to go straight into the action. These are all new maps, of course, from the Team Liquid map contest team tournament as well. So these maps are new. We obviously did see these earlier this week because we already had a 2v2 Open Cup. But in general, these maps are otherwise new. Some of these guys played in that 2v2 Cup, so they're a bit more familiar with these maps, perhaps. I think most of the players played in the 2v2 Cup. I know a Laser didn't, for example. I don't think Nicorakt did either. Yeah, I think... pretty much most of the players did. Like I say, some did, some didn't. But these maps have been around for about a week at least. And obviously, if nothing else, these players could have checked out some games on them and so on. So yeah, it's best of 3. Loser map picks after game number 1, and it is best of 3. And when you lose a best of 3, one of your players gets eliminated. The first loss is a bit different because on the first loss, you get to choose who gets knocked out. Right? So when you lose your first series, you choose who gets eliminated. when you lose a second series, the player that's lost 2 times in a row or 2 times overall is then eliminated. So you can't just kind of start with, say, MaxPax and you just always eliminate MaxPax's teammate. You know, throughout the entirety of the event, you can't just be like, oh, no, MaxPax's teammate gets replaced, new MaxPax teammate. At most, you play 2 best-of-3s that you lose. Which, it does make sense to open with players who you maybe... I mean, it does get interesting because obviously the very first player to play and the very last player to be added only get 1 life as well, right? Because obviously one of these teams is going to lose, well, both these teams may lose eventually, and your first loss, you have to pick someone, right? So whoever loses this first series is only going to get this 1 series. So there's a little bit of strategy there as well, maybe, that you can take into account. There's also just some StarCraft 2 to cast. Let's get to it. Goblin and UTHERMAL are going to be our opening team in the top left corner of Gem Garden. This map looks a lot like Stargazers. It was what I was thinking about the other day when we were kind of talking about this map. The base layout initially and everything really has that kind of vibe to it. So excited to see what UTHERMAL and Goblin come up with as they're taking on Necract and Wayne for this best of 3 opening series in the day. We'll see what's going to happen. Hatcher coming down, we get settled to go. Again, shout out to Harstam and UTHERMAL as well for being team captains and helping us with a little bit of the organization. They got their teams in their Discords, they got some strategies discussed and whatever, and picked out their first team members and so on. So got all of that going, which is lovely. Kind of, you know, obviously, once I got the players together, it just made my life a little bit easier. And UTHERMAL obviously opted to put himself out first with Goblin as a teammate. So him and Goblin will come out as the opening duo from Team UTHERMAL, and then Wayne and Necract representing Team Harstam. For some reason, I'm getting my R's as was today, and my was as R's. Representing. But yeah, Harstam is not putting himself out first as captain. Obviously, you don't have to. He chooses Necract and Wayne, and I actually kind of like, I'm surprised. I guess Goblin UTHERMAL maybe makes sense if they feel like they're a good duo. They can get in there and get some good wins under the table early. They're a practice duo together as well. So you could argue that that's a bit of an advantage right from the start. Necract and Rain, I think, have played a little bit together in 2v2 as well, though. And, yeah, I think this is a cool combo from Harstam's side, because Harstam has 2 Zergs in his team. And I think Zerg can be seen as some of the weaker combinations in this in 2v2. So I like that we use Wayne first with Necract, and I would imagine if they eliminate a player here, they might eliminate Necract. Then again, Necract's also their only... they might eliminate Wayne, because also Necract is the only Terran player on their team. So I actually wonder if they go Wayne, Necract, and then if they lose, they drop Wayne. They have Lambo in the wings to play a bit further down the line as well, potentially. So, and they've got MaxPax to crack out, and I do imagine you bring out MaxPax. MaxPax shouldn't be your final player out, right? MaxPax should be like, maybe not even just like, just not your final player, because you want to make sure MaxPax has 2 lives and 2 chances. So, yeah, this format was a little bit inspired by UTHERMAL's recent 2v2 tournament, where in the group stages, you would play a series with every single other player from your group against other people from the group, right? And so it wasn't just about kind of one single 2v2 team, it was actually about mixing and matching partners. And I thought, you know what, if that's a thing that people have done now, I actually thought maybe this format could be really fun, where we can kind of have a whole bunch of different teams throughout the day playing on all of these maps, and that gives us the chance to really kind of come in and be like, you know what, awesome. What we get to do here is we get to come out and we just kind of mix and match some players. We get some different games, different compositions. I thought it would be a fun way. Now, this is going to be significantly less fun if one team just goes 4-0. So there is a little bit of a hope that there's a bit of back and forth between the teams. Loser does generally have an advantage because obviously you get to pick the teammate for someone to come up against. So if you say, you know, UTHERMAL and Goblin, and you lose the first series, you can be like, okay, what's our best combo of players to take down these 2 specifically? You set those off, and you kind of go from there as well. So there's a lot of little strategy bits, and like I say, it is designed that kind of sweeping with one single 2v2 team should be fairly minimal in terms of effectiveness. So yeah, we do see the Oracle flying about, Blink Gateway coming up, Banshee and the Cloaking coming online. We do see Cyclone and Megfield and a melee upgrade coming up as well. I will mention as well that this is not played with any tax resource mod. We are trying to imitate a ladder situation. So there is feeding opportunity here as well in the 2v2. Obviously, nothing happening yet. Almost, honestly, feeding is such a big thing in 2v2 almost makes me feel like they've got a gentleman's agreement. I've got no idea if this is the case, but the fact that we're not feeding in game 1 already because I really expected that to maybe be a big thing today, especially when Goblin and UTHERMAL come out, very practiced 2v2 team, but they're also very practiced playing with that resource tax mod, so you could look at it like that as well, as Goblin is aiming for that Blink upgrade to start us off. Meanwhile, the Banshee play coming out of UTHERMAL. You get Macfield Accelerator and melee upgrades on the way on the side of Wayne and Nikaract. Those few Hellions trying to poke forward, going to get turned around by a couple of Queens. They've been just continuing to hold map control, but it's not been overly successful. Creep has pushed out and moving forward. It's one of the things about a newer map, right, is that you're not always sure exactly where you want your Hellions to be all the time. You're not sure where the creep is necessary. You know, you don't have the rotations of creep denial as set in stone in your mind as you might do in a 1v1 map that you've played hundreds upon hundreds of times in a matchup, you know, TVZ or so. You can see that Goblin's Oracle would like to fly back in here and just get some extra info. And as you can see, just melee upgrades and Ling Bane on the way from Wayne, and that's going to be supporting a mech army of Nikaract. That Cyclone does get the Oracle kill as well. And yeah, Nikaract heading into Cyclones, and Hellions getting all of those brought up. The factory coming through. Bane S still coming in. Zerglings in production. Carapace upgrade on the way as well. Let me bring a lot of this up and into life over the next few moments. The Stalker's going to hang back. The Banshee's actually going to get in. Ooh, we're going to lose one Cyclone, but we get 2 Banshee kills. The harassment of Goblin and UTHERMAL is not going too well so far. Nikaract Cyclones are on point, playing cleanup thus far, and Wayne has been left very much so alone because of it. He's been well protected. He's taken a 4th base. And he's getting into one of these scenarios where I think Zerg can do well in the 2v2, where if you do manage to get through to a stage where you've not been kind of dealt damage early, and you've not succumbed to all of the pressure that 2v2 can sometimes apply, you do get to swarm a little bit right now. Bane speed just now on the way, though. That's the one thing I think we really are missing, maybe. And it is also awkward because we're going to have mech, and then basically Pros versus Zerg. If you combine, or if you compare, you know, the other sides. I don't know how much I love playing just melee upgrade Ling Bane against what is just going to be Protoss, and then obviously with the mech support as well. See an Infestation pick coming down, though. Maybe just heading towards some Hive Tech and some Spellcasters in general could be a very nice way to go about this. Like I say, it's not just as simple as saying, well, it's mech versus mech and then Protoss versus Zerg, right? Because those mech units are still going to fire on the Zerg and they're still going to fire on the Protoss units. So it's not as simple as that, but obviously we do try and simplify the situation a little bit just when we speak to help understand the general consensus of what's going on in a 2v2, because team games get extremely chaotic. We're not super used to watching team games, so at least from my point of view, I like to simplify it down. Just don't take all my simplifications as kind of, you know, literal statements, is what I'm trying to say. A few Stalkers gather back to the bottom side. Lings aplenty in the middle of the map. A few Hellions joined up together. Blue Flame Infernal Pre-Igniter. I'm trying to combine the slang and the official names for the upgrades, apparently. I hadn't had a good night's sleep, so if I say a couple crazy things, I'm going to put it on that right away, okay, guys? As our Zerglings will make a surge forward, and they're going to make an attempt down at this bottom side. I mean, obviously you can see the chance to grab these Stalkers here, and the Stalkers going to be forced to blink back. There is a Stasis coming in. It's going to catch a lot of Lings, as the Stalkers can obviously just blink out of that surround, although maybe not before the Cyclones get rid of them. Couple going down. The Ling Bane gathers back up. I do like to compare supplies a little bit as a quick kind of comparison as to where we're at. You can see Nikaract and UTHERMAL similar supply. Weighing about 45 supply up on Goblin, which I think is quite good because he's playing Ling Bane. If this was Roaches, I'd be like, yeah, this is pretty fine. So yeah, just my TLDR from that statement is it feels pretty even. Maybe you could give a slight edge to Wayne and Nikaract, but I don't think we're so far ahead we're really talking favorites or anything. Just a slight feeling that we're maybe a little bit favored there more than anything else is kind of what I'm feeling for now. +3 melee, +2 Carapace. Adrenal Glands continues out. All of the Ling Bane continuing to the center of the map as well. Just coming straight across. And they've done a good job of actually maintaining map control after that initial kind of harassment from the opposing team. Obviously, they have had to pull back against a Hellion run by, which is a good job from, you know, UTHERMAL to try and stop this map control. But they're right back on the map, which is kind of what Zerg gets a lot of the time. Gold mineral blocker there keeps this top side safe. There's a stasis ward protecting the rocks on that side as well, so just trying to stop the back door into the main bases from being an accessible option. If we do see some attempts to play over there, I would imagine they take a much more serious defense, because the last thing you want is backdooring Zerg units into your main while you're trying to take a 2v2 fight on the map. This is not going to be pretty for you, as we do see Wayne's tech, by the way. We mentioned that Infestation pick, kind of didn't mention it since then. He was just getting Hive. It's all coming online now. +3 melee, Chitinous Plating, Adrenal Glands, the Ultralisks. So we're seeing him still playing very much so a melee-based unit composition. But obviously with those Ultras, you're a lot chunkier. There's a lot more potential of what you could get done there. There's a couple Hellion run-bys. are still not going to do too much. Stalkers and the Immortal there quickly to play cleanup, as you do have one Zealot going to be still swinging at the hatchery on over here as well. Just little things. I mean, Hellions going to run in over here as well. Maybe some drones go down, but they do feel very replaceable. I say a few drones may go down, maybe a few more because they morph into Hellbats, and that makes them a lot scarier. Of course, a few Banelings to come in defensively. And yeah, I mean, little hits on economies. That's something which, to be fair, Wayne and Nicorakt have not been able to reciprocate across the map. I do actually think Wayne and Nicorakt kind of want to fight somewhat soon in the open areas and so on, especially because they're playing this kind of very aggressive Zerg army with the Ling Ultra, and Goblin just getting caught over here. UTHERMAL is going to maybe move out on the top side, but yeah, Goblin is in trouble. A ton of Stalkers going down super quickly. Damage being done. We are going to see in the center the Hellion Viking gathering back up together as well. The Hellion's going to take a turn back the other direction. Tanks moving forward. We're going to move into position. We are going to see Lingbane Ultra making their way through for the moment. Siege tank going to get caught. Just going to get picked away out there. The Ling Ultra still pushing on through, looking to try and get a little bit more done. The Archons and the Siege tanks are still pressing up right now. These Vikings are going to get shot down as well. There goes the Planetary Fortress. There goes another storm onto these Siege tanks, as we actually have the Goblin tech showing up a little bit. The Ultras, Mortals especially going to be great against the Ultras, but you can just see the supply is being slammed here, as Nicorakt and Wayne are just playing cleanup. They caught Goblin and UTHERMAL a little bit unprepared, and that is going to be a very convincing opening game from them. They took map control, they had a couple of bits and bobs they had to deal with, but their defense against Harass was absolutely spot on. Their defense against kind of run-bys and so was absolutely what it needed to be, and just like that, we are starting to get straight over to a 1-0 lead, I think, because this is a Zerg army that is not being stopped, and it does look as though game one is going to go their way. The Immortals go down. I mean, we just keep on pushing through. This next is going to be a target. Obviously, we are playing around the outskirt bases right now, so we're not going to GG just yet, but the writing does begin to be on the wall as UTHERMAL and Goblin will realize that it's not just the outer bases that are going down. This truly is a continuing attack, and there's going to be a little bit too much for them to stop. At that point, you maybe realize that, like I said, GG may be on the table, as these units still push on through. Ultras and Cyclones continue to get the job done. An Immortal going down, a little Abducton and Archon. A few Lings are going to come running in as well. These Ultras are still chasing by, and it really does look as though we're going to have our game, as it fell apart a little bit for GobThermal, who I actually felt like we were a pretty strong combo to send out initially, but now they're going to be down one map. Now again, this is best of 3, so we are going to have, you know, a little bit of consistency game to game initially. So it does become Goblin and UTHERMAL's map pick. Between these other maps, let me just copy past to them. And yeah, they can pick one of these maps from New Bed of Chaos, Purple Rain, Rust Bucket, which is my favorite in terms of names, and then Toha Industries. Each series will start on a different map, guys, until we've played all of them as map 1. And then Series 6 and 7, if we get there, will be using the least played map of the tournament as the starting map, just to try and guarantee the least played ones a little bit more chance to be seen, because this is a map test tournament. It's a very small sample size. We don't get to do a lot with the team maps because obviously we're splitting between 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4, but we will try our best to give each map as much love as we can. Obviously, in the format, we can only force it so much as well. We can only really force map 1 of a series. So there's only so much we can do. I mean, arguably, we could have set the map order for every single series, but I don't think that's necessarily fun. I think it is good to also see which players like to pick certain maps. If certain maps just don't get picked at all because they look weird. You know, this is also fairly credible feedback a lot of times, so. Just wait for Goblin and UTHERMAL. They will take their moment to pick map number 2 here, and like I say, once they've picked, we'll get right back into this. We will generally obviously give them a moment or two if they want to have a look at the maps. Again, like, you know, these are not maps they're super familiar with, right? So if they want to take a moment to check and so on, that's absolutely fine by me as well. Let me get ready for Goblin UTHERMAL versus Wayne and Nicorakt. Round 2 in just a couple of moments. Alright, just waiting for them to ready up and kick off into game 2. Like I say, trying to keep things moving swiftly, because there is potential for 7 best-of-3 2v2s in this event. Obviously, we do want to keep things moving along. And it's also one of those weird events where scheduling for the players is interesting, because we've got a bunch of players kind of sat on the, on the benches right now, waiting to play too. So we want to try and keep downtime a minimum. That's why we didn't do this as the opening 2v2 event of the week as well, because we have now played on all these maps, so if there's any map bugs and stuff, at least more obvious ones, those should have already been kind of found and figured out, so it just means less chances for us to have a delay due to map issue, which is absolutely a factor sometimes in the new maps, especially when playing, team game maps as well, and there's a bunch of different maps to check. That can become a thing. So, game 2 of this best of 3, as Wayne and Nicorect look to take the first series. Again, if they win this map and they win the series, what happens is that Wayne and Nicorect will stay on, and Team UTHERMAL will essentially lose a life. They will lose a player. Now, for the first time they lose, they get to pick which of Goblin and UTHERMAL get eliminated, and then they will pick another player to come out and play another 2v2 with the player that they don't eliminate. But then, if, say, for example, Goblin gets eliminated, they choose to get rid of Goblin, if UTHERMAL lost another series, he would have to be the player that gets knocked down. Like I say, you can't just keep Goblin out for the entire time and just keep replacing, Goblin's teammate, for example, or something along those lines. There is a limit. So if you lose 2 best-of-3s today, that's your life gone. It's only the first time a team loses where they get a little bit of a choice as to which of their players they decide to shoot down, and which of them they pick to kind of be given up on a little bit. Wayne actually spawns with the in-base expand on his corners, so he's actually going to expand outwards first, which I do not mind, as a Zerg, you're typically going to aim for 3 bases quickly. So get out over here, play defense with your teammate on this ramp, and get settled, and then later in the game, boom, 3rd base back here, and you just get that freely. Because you're likely going to have to play out here anyway, so having reinforcements from this hatchery and so on is going to be very nice. The only time that isn't going to happen is if they get super aggressive on the other team very quickly. That's not really the case. We can already see a Nexus before core. UTHERMAL's going to go triple rack, so you can put on some Reaper pressure. But I don't think this is the case of like, oh my god, this hatchery needs to be back over here for defensive purposes or anything, So I like the call on the expansion. Obviously, this was a little RNG, because I imagine if Nicorect... It's interesting, because I wonder... Yeah, I imagine if Nicorect spawned here, he would have taken the in-base, and then Wayne just takes both low grounds. Is what I would expect to be the kind of the go-ahead, because obviously you do typically expect the Zerg to end up taking more bases than the Terran more quickly. Oh, our sub notifications are back to being laggy messes, aren't they? I love that. What's up? Oh, thank you so much for the 29-month resub. How are you doing? As our Reapers are going to show up and start putting some pressure in. So first of all, the Reaper of Nicorect cleans up the probe. Remember, it's going to be UTHERMAL's Reaper count that grows very quickly here on the 3 barracks early in the game. Just going to see the couple of Reapers coming up. Does the loser team choose who gets eliminated? Yes, because it's also kind of a little sad, because one player obviously only gets to play 1 best-of-3 in the entire day if they lose, whereas the other guy gets to kind of stay on. So loser picks which player they eliminate. So it's also designed to again give you a little bit more leniency and to create a little bit more of a chance that the losing team comes back, because they get to pick and craft that next 2v2 team a little bit more comfortably, basically. So the format is designed to try and make the matches go back and forth a little bit, right? Whoever just lost typically is going to try and get a bit of an advantage to not let it just spiral out of control. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily fully stop it. You can absolutely just see new combos coming out and continue to do very well. But yes, at the end of the day, I've designed it in a way that should at least try and encourage this to be a closer series overall than a completely one-sided affair. It would be incredibly funny if the winning team chose who to eliminate. It would be. If you wanted to go full meme mode on this format, I actually think there's so much potential with it. But as a test run, essentially, I mean, this is the first... I don't know about you guys, but I think this is a completely unique format. Obviously, we've heard of all kill before, but 2v2 all kill, I don't think has ever been done. I think this is genuinely something completely new. I kind of love it. I kind of think it's really sick. So, like I say, shout out to UTHERMAL, because it was his tournament earlier this year, the big 2v2 event, which really gave me the idea for this a little bit. I loved that event. I thought the mixing of teams and everyone having to play with everyone was actually a really cool factor. I really loved it. So this tournament is definitely inspired by that. Gave me the belief we could do something a little bit more fun and free than just kind of the same old. Defense has been okay, but the Oracle is going to get rid of the Queen, which is annoying. That's the only anti until the Spore finishes. So that low ground is going to end up being a little bit troublesome. Another Queen here has a lot of drones taking damage. Wayne and Nicorite definitely bleeding a little bit early. Unit count or worker count 33-31 versus 43 and 32. Goblin steaming on ahead. Obviously, UTHERMAL did take a later command center at first because he was playing triple barracks. But now he's going to go straight at triple CC. And he is going to play bio this game, no mech. It's going to be same on the side of Nicorite. He's adding on barracks as well. So I think maybe just the size of the map. This map's a little bit smaller, so they prefer the fast-moving, fast-pushing, and drop potential of the Marines. I don't hate that, actually. I think that's a completely fine choice to make as well. And maybe they also just feel safe enough where mech can kind of defend a much more drawn-out map more easily. You know, this is now a map which is much more kind of contained, and so you maybe don't need the drawn-out defensive power of the mech army from the Terran to really kind of make you okay here on beautiful little Rust Bucket. I still love this map name. That pile in the corner, by the way, going to allow Adepts to wander up into the main mineral line, and they're going to go in looking for some drones. So Worker's going to start going down. Meanwhile, the Oracles are attacking as well, and Wayne continues to be bullied, because we all know how it works. If you get rid of that Zerg eco early, that Zerg is going to struggle to get back on track. And I do think there's a factor here that this is kind of a continuing thing from Game 1 as well, because the harassment in Game 1 was also pretty much so targeted toward Wayne. So clearly they're trying to knock Wayne down and make Wayne feel uncomfortable in these games and get Nicorite having to kind of take the team on his shoulders and trying to carry through. But so far there's just been really good damage. Wayne's economy, 47 drones. It's just equal with everybody else's, whereas a Zerg typically, especially in a game where there's not been any big attack, would have liked to have been on a much better work account than this by now. So that is where we sit as the couple of Oracles make their way down over to the bottom right-hand side of the map. They're going to retreat back home for the moment, but still alive. Obviously much improved from last game where, again, the harassment didn't just not do anything. It died. Like, the Oracle got killed, the Banshee got killed. The harassment really got cleaned up very comfortably and very quickly. As those couple of Oracles fly through overhead, the Stalkers will gather up. We just see charge, one upgrades, combat shield, a little bit of everything continuing to come online here. The Marines will gather here from UTHERMAL. Good Marine count right now, but so same can be said for Nicorite. The Terran supplies in this game are dead even, so Terran versus Terran should be pretty chill, and shouldn't really be able to see much happening because the defensive nature of TVT should still apply in this 2v2, with one Terran on each side of the map especially. Who was eliminated after game 1? No one, because it's best of 3. You only get eliminated after the best of 3. So you play a best of 3, then the elimination happens, then you play a best of 3 again. So it's like, it's essentially a best of 3 all kill. So it's a little different to just typical all kill. It's got a little bit more leniency in it. But there's a bunch of best of ones. Yeah, so did some of the players who just didn't read the sign-up information. Including a certain team captain. Didn't realize. So, yeah. But no, it's just, it's best of 3. So it does, it has a little bit of, like I say, it has a little bit more kind of chance to kind of go, you know, to get you kind of footing under you, right? I feel it's a bit rough. You know, you lose the first match, you get a new partner, and the other guys, you know, if you keep winning, then you get a bit more synergy with each other. That's hard to kind of break down just over a best of 1, right? This position, being broken down, knocking down the tank from UTHERMAL quickly really does free Nicorite and Rain to just kind of push this back a little bit. And as we push through, these Stalkers get chased away. I don't think we're going to do too much else there. UTHERMAL, I was going to say, peels around the top. Where's he going to? I forgot. Wayne took this base over here, and that's very awkward. So, because they were pushing out the front, UTHERMAL actually just has clear access to this base over here, and all of those drones of Wayne go down, and that's just a major downside to taking this base rather than the in-base third. If this was a fourth, it wouldn't be saturated just yet. This base is extremely accessible. It's actually interesting because obviously you come through the rocks here, and you kind of get access down over there, but like I say, if you're defending out in this position, especially towards this base, the opponents actually probably have a cleaner run back over there than you do, especially if they just get that first step on you. So, UTHERMAL with a good move, Goblin trying to hit on the left-hand side at the same time. That part is denied, but there's no doubting that Wayne is in trouble in this game. He's been bleeding, he's been bullied, and he is definitely the one that is starting to lag behind, simply because of, again, the targeting against him so far. Marine Roach Ravager will take an attempt at the rocks. We're going to knock those down and open that up. The army continuing down, potentially to the bottom right side. We do have another Oracle dropping a Revelation Cyclone. I was going to say locks on for the Oracle, but doesn't quite get it in the end. The Stalkers settling as well. Fight's coming down. Big fungal growth landing on a bunch of those stalkers too. It's going to be a nice catch. Now Storms. Oh my god! Oh no! That wasn't just Marines, it was Roach Ravager as well. Nicoract and Rain just walk into their death. And it looks as though we're probably going to get Game 3, because a fight like that does not bode well for Team Blue and Team Hearthstone, who are likely, like I say, going to lose this Game 2 and send us to a Game 3 in the opening map of the day. Or opening series of the day, I should say. That was a hell of a set of Storms. Like I say, the Marines were in there, the Roaches were in there. As Storms continue to drop down, Roach Ravager continue to push through. Marines on the other side. UTHERMAL is sandwiching this army. I mean, there's not much of an army left. There's not going to be a satisfying sandwich. All bread, no filling. UTHERMAL and Goblin pull it back a map. That's going to be 1-1 in our opening best of 3. I love to see it. And we'll get ready for a game number 3 then in a couple of moments. So it is going to be map pick to Wayne and Nico. And we get that pick and we get on into this, guys. I'm just going to run ads just in case we have a longer game. I just want to make sure we can not have ads during the games if possible. So wait for them to pick and we can go. Alrighty. Cyclones nearly at the 10-year mark. Crazy. 10 years. Yeah, this year was our 10-year anniversary of being full-time StarCraft 2. Next year's the 10-year anniversary of WardiTV. WardiTV offline event, anybody? Maybe. Do. Like I said, just waiting for them to pick their maps. I'll get back on track. Toha Industry is going to be the choice. Perfect. I was going to say, good spread of maps so far, but obviously it has to be because it's the same series. You can't play the same map twice. Yep, love that logic working in my brain. Yeah, thank you very much, myself. I've got me, myself, and nobody else to play on that one. Ready from Wayne and Nicorag. We're just waiting for readies up from Team UTHERMAL, and we can go into Game 3. Jeff, perfect. Alright, let's jump into Game 3 then, guys. Let's kick this off and get into some more 2v2 all-killing, exciting stuff ahead as we get ourselves loading in, counting down, ready to party. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves... a nightmare, sorry. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves Goblin and UTHERMAL. They're taking on Nicoract and Wayne as we get into this one. Alright, so game number 3. And this is it. This is the drama point, because if whoever loses this map now... we'll lose one player, we'll lose one life essentially on the day. Very, very exciting. Hello everyone, if you're just joining us as well, I'll give it a second or two while the ads wrap up on Twitch. But yes, hello if you just joined us, because I know a bunch of people probably coming over from RSL right now. It looks like that just finished. So if you join us from RSL, welcome. This is Team Liquid Map Contest Team Tournament, so team games, new maps. And this is a 2v2 all-kill mode. So UTHERMAL and Hearthstone have drafted teams of 5 players each, and they send themselves forwards in a team of 2v2 for a best of 3. Losing team has to eliminate one player, and that one player loses their chance to play any further matches. So basically the first team to win 4 best of 3s should win, because But I really thought it'd be a great ending if the last man standing had to go 1v2. But apparently that got vetoed. apparently that isn't serious StarCraft 2. That's wasting everyone's time. So basically, when you can't field a 2v2 team, your team loses, which, like I say, is after 4 losses, because then you lose 4 players, and there's 5 on your team, and then there's only going to be 1 guy left. And that guy can blame everyone else, because he didn't get eliminated, you know? So yeah, this is the first best of 3 of the day. We really are just starting up. Obviously, game 3 already. So the loser of this map will lose a life and a player. Where is Harstem? Harstem is sitting in the wings, coaching up. He'll be joining us later on, unless he's not needed, unless his team, unless his other players kind of get it done without him. But yeah, he doesn't have to play first. UTHERMAL chose to play first with Goblin, but Harstem doesn't have to play initially. My way had a chance for hero mode. I thought it'd be really cool. I mean, not really cool. I know the single player would get slapped around, but I thought it'd be a funny way to just end it, you know? SCV is going to Barrack. We're going to get through to the bottom side. Going to fly a little grenade or 2 coming down, so the harass coming in. It was the harass on Wayne that really set us off last time around. Reaper's going to continue through. It's going to be seeing a SCV going down. Command Center taking some damage. 3 Reapers continue to gather about. The SCV is going to get there. Cyclone going to be there as well. Lings is going to run across. Reaper is just going to be coming through as well. Continue to see those Lings going. The Reaper's taking some shots. Getting chance to waste. The pushback will happen. Try to cancel a couple of gates coming online here. We get that all set up. Just going to see the Oracle. Ooh. Goes for work because it didn't turn onto the Cyclones. The Cyclone will get that kill and Goblin will be down 1 Oracle. And again, that's a little bit of what happened in that game 1. The harassment being taken down and out for Goblin and UTHERMAL early, opening the door for Nicoract and Wayne to have a clean early into mid-game and a very solid push further down the line. Could have allowed the first player eliminated to revive with only 1 loss. Yeah, I did think about that as well. I did think about that too. My only downside to that is that whoever gets eliminated first basically has the worst deal, right? Because they have to be here for the start and the very end, whereas everyone else just shows up and plays a couple of series, you know? So, I thought it might actually influence who people pick and stuff, so... And people might, I don't want it to be, genuinely bad for you to be the first player. You know what I mean? So, it's the only thing I had that I thought was going to be a little bit iffy. Otherwise, I did think of that, but yeah, I decided just to go for it as it is. But yeah, that was one thing I thought of maybe changing it up in the future, perhaps. Reapers get through. Queen goes down. The Stalkers gathering. The Cyclones and the Hellions joining up and locking on. A few grenades coming by. The Hellions and the Cyclones will take some damage. And we'll go back and forth. The Queen going to be taking some shots once again there. We're just going to be seeing our Starport Command Center. A couple of engineering bays coming on through. The Oracle still gathering up together. And we're just going to be seeing a few more Zerglings still gathering out the front. Stalkers and the Oracles gather up once again. The few Zerglings coming in around the sides. And we do just have the Orbital Command, the 1-1 upgrades, the Stim Pack. A little bit of everything coming on through for the moment. Still got that +1, that Blink coming by. Stalkers, Nexus, Cannon Battery. Coming up as well, the Reapers are going to fight. The few Zerglings are going to be taking some damage. So a few shots coming out. Those Lings taking some hits. UTHERMAL getting a little bit of cleanup there, but Wayne is okay losing some Lings. He's back into that melee upgrade with Bane Speed. But back into the Cyclone and the mech play here from Nicoract. Now UTHERMAL is still in the bio play. A few Lings there push the Stalkers back as well. So far, decent defense. Cyclone's going to get in reach of those Reapers. I'm going to say they have to start running, no, and they do run, but maybe a little bit late. They could have maybe moved a little bit sooner there. Not too bad. What's up, Loki88 as well? Thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. As our Zerglings get turned back around, Stalkers are going to be there. Oracles are going to move about. We just see the Oracles and Stalkers still gathering for the moment as the Cyclone Ling joins up as well. Hellion Cyclone just still chasing. The Stalker's going to get pushed. Marines are going to show up. I think that's the fight we disengage from, though. We're taking it. I was going to say, I don't like the Lings running into those Marines. I like the Cyclones kind of getting involved on everything else, but yeah, the Lings on those Marines did not feel fun. I understand the Lings obviously get in front, they tank a little bit, but... Well, we just have Storm on the way up from Goblin. Obviously, he was great for you in the last game. Obviously, would be great here against the Ling Bane aspect of this as well. No carapace upgrades right from range. So back in the first game, he opened he went double Evo upgrades. In this game, he's just going to go single Evo upgrades. A little bit of a switch up from him there. Cyclone's going to get in reach. Might actually get that tank before it gets away. No, it got away. Lock onto the medevac is actually going to remain. Wow, Cyclone lock on range sometimes looks crazy. As you're going to see these Lings actually getting a couple of reinforcements as well. Nice catch. This is just UTHERMAL's army bottom right because Goblin's army is up a left. Going to jump on the 4th hatchery of Wayne. That probably goes down. Can we get the kills on these Stalkers? They're going to blink in to the base just to recall. That's pretty effective. We didn't lose much there. That was absolutely fine. And UTHERMAL has been able to get away because, well, obviously Nicorect wasn't able to join up with Wayne and commit to an attack onto that army to really clear it up. So that top versus bottom play from Goblin and UTHERMAL has worked out nicely. They get a base. They mostly get out without damage taken. I would say Wayne and Nicorect aren't too upset. Like, they lose a 4th base of Wayne, but they're still otherwise feeling kind of okay. Storm available makes it much more difficult for these Lings and Banes to truly commit into this. But still not yet dropping the Storms. There's the first one coming in now. Second one we dodge away from, which is nice. A lot of the Lings caught in stasis, but nice to start draining some High Templar of their energy. That was pretty free, right? We didn't lose too much there. Going to see UTHERMAL down on the bottom. Wayne noticing that. Correct. This is kind of poised around. I mean, they could maybe pincer onto UTHERMAL here. Wayne's going to commit onto him. There is Nicorect thinking about going in as well. I mean, Goblin was thinking about coming in from the top. And so they decide to disengage instead. Interesting little position in the middle of the map here on Tohar Industries. Very powerful spot that, as I look at it, I just wonder how maybe it turns out and what kind of happens. See a few Hellions gathering up to the bottom. Hive, Hydroden. +1 missiles coming through, add a couple drones on Stalkers. They'll go after some Zerglings, get a couple of kills, additional extractors all coming out. Hellions will come back around, just a few Marines being picked away at as well. And those Marines continue to drop down. Hive and Hydroden still building through, +1 missiles, the drones all coming about, tanks and the Hellions in production also. It's been pretty great if best of 3 to start off the day, honestly. It's been a very fun one to begin with, as just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Archons there catching a few Hellions. Dropping in the main base Nicorect. That's not fun for Nicorect at all. He needs to get on top of this and deal with it quickly. He can't really afford to start taking a whole ton of damage here. Goblin pushing to the front as well. Where's Wayne at? It looked as though Wayne was pulling back. Man, Nicorect's supply is plummeting. They are really throwing a dagger through his heart with this drop. I like kind of going after Nicorect a little bit here because I feel like he really needs to stay sturdy for them to have a good chance in this game. I feel like it's going to be much more difficult for Wayne to really end up kind of doing any kind of 1v2. So hitting Nicorect hard, I think, goes a long way to helping you out and putting you in a very strong position in this game. And I do think this one is definitely getting into a pretty comfortable place. So you're going to be seeing the Stalkers pulling back, the Storm staying true there as well. The few Banelings getting caught in another Storm, couple of Banes going down. Goblins still pushing. May get pushed back now by a few Cyclones showing up, but again, we are weaker and weaker as the moments pass by here, as Nicorect sits at 110 supply, Wayne sits at 145. They are the 2 lowest supplies in the game, and when it's 2v2, that's really not a good sign, as Goblin and UTHERMAL continue to push through, looking to bring it back from the 1-0 deficit they initially faced. And Bane still crashing through, the couple of tanks going down, the drones still getting stormed upon. And for Nicoract and Waring, this is going to be one of their final stands in the tournament because one of them is about to get eliminated. Again, the other will stay on and will team up with the next player out from Team Harston. As GGs get called, Nicoract and Wayne will fall. It felt like they had such good opportunity after that game 1. You could see where it went wrong in game 2. In game 3, they just never really found a comfortable way to start attacking anymore. Unfortunately, GG's, that is going to be our first series of the day wrapped up. Perfect. We already have the players selected for our next match, guys. It's going to be MaxPax coming straight out, so no messing around. MaxPax is going to come out and play PVT with Nicoract, or PT with Nicoract. So we're going to get straight onto our second matchup here and bring that into play. That's going to be on New Bed of Chaos. Perfect. So Nicoract stays out. And like I say, they choose to eliminate Wayne. Now, this is obviously now Nicoract's last life. So that is obviously to keep in mind as MaxPax comes through. Get him ready to go. So Nicoract stays on. Hey, what's up, Cranky Ducklands? How you doing? Welcome everybody from the Ducklands. And MaxPax is going to join him. If you just joined us, this is not just 2v2. This is 2v2 all kill. Every time a team loses a best of 3, one of their players gets knocked out. They must send another player forward to remake the 2v2 team. So Nicoract and Wayne just lost their first best of 3. Wayne has been eliminated, and MaxPax will come through to join Nicoract as the replacement player. So, MaxPax and Nicoract coming through playing Protoss Terran versus Protoss Terran. Going to start on New Bed of Chaos. Obviously, the teams do know as well the predetermined maps here as well. Alright, we're getting everyone into the lobby, so we should be good soon. Obviously, if UTHERMAL and Goblin want a little break, that's absolutely no problem as well. Obviously, winning team stays on, and so they need a couple of minutes. That's all good. But yeah, Nicoract will stay on. I thought this was going to be the strat. Nicoract's their only Terran player, so Nicoract into Nicoract combined with MaxPax, I think, is a good combo. I think it kind of makes some sense. And yeah, like I say, we're ready to go. I'm just waiting on the other teams, on the players, to be ready to go as well. Yeah, it's 2v2 all kill. If you've got any questions, I know there's obviously new people joining us from the raid and everything. But if you've got any questions, feel absolutely free to ask away. I'll try and answer. I know I'll probably end up repeating myself a bit today as people join, and it is a bit of a... I mean, like I said, I think this is a completely new format. As far as I'm aware, I don't think this has been a format we've seen before, to be honest. So I think this is pretty fresh and new. So yeah, everyone's ready and it looks as though we are good, and we can kick off into our second best of 3 of the day. Like I say, going to keep the games rolling because there's potential for 7 best of 3s, right? So if this ends up being 7 best of 3s, then we want to try and minimize the downtime. There's also a possibility that some players just don't play today, right? You know, that's how all kills work, right? If one team all kills, then the other team isn't needed, or the other players aren't needed, right? So yeah, we can kick this off and get this going as we jump into match number 2. So the winning team stays on. They are not going to be disturbed. Goblin and UTHERMAL do not lose a life. And on the other side, we have Nikaract and now teamed up with MaxPax. So again, the first time you lose is interesting. It's a bit different because then you pick which player gets knocked down. So Nikaract and Wayne, obviously Team Hearthstone, decided to get rid of Wayne, which I think makes sense. They've got another Zerg in the wings. Nikaract is their only Terran. So you kind of come forward here with Nikaract and MaxPax now. If they lose again, it will be Nikaract that gets eliminated. So from here on out, players essentially have 2 lives. Each player can basically lose twice. So Nikaract's already lost once. He can't just be kept alive again and again and again and again and again and again and again, you know? Whereas obviously MaxPax, he's just come out, so he will stay on for the next one as well. So we know for sure who's going to be playing next series, at least one half of it here. Obviously Goblin and UTHERMAL haven't lost yet. If they lose, it's still their choice as to which of them takes the L and steps away. So unfortunately we've seen the last that we're going to see of Wayne today. Sadly, as the probe comes up, Deep are going to take damage. Gateway coming down. Rax and the gas coming about as well. Just going to fire up a little bit. And we just got ourselves a gateway coming up on both sides of the map. So gates coming through, probes coming online, barracks and the rest of it all coming about. As we drop a cyber core in, and that probe just keeps nibbling up on the SCV. Here on New Better Chaos, both players start in the same base, down to this natural. This is the danger point, right? No ramp up into your natural expansions makes it a little bit less easy to defend. You can knock rocks down to make it an easier entry point too. So this area, I think, is an exposed area. And I think that's what we saw a little bit of in the 2v2 event a few days ago from this map, is that it plays like that, but it's obviously designed to play like that. And one thing I think we've seen really consistently, but especially in the 2v2 aspect of this Team Liquid map contest, is I really like all 5 finalists and their ability to be very different from each other. Like, even just the initial base layouts are very different from each other, and I think that goes a long way, because if all 5 of these maps get brought to ladder, it creates a lot of variety on the ladder, right? And I think that's very, very nice, because it means that we get a, if you're playing 2v2, each map you play is going to feel very different. So, yeah, I kind of like that aspect of it. As this map also has, it's not like Emerald City, but the bases as you expand up the right side feel a little bit like that as well. It does start to get very far away when you start expanding to your 3rd base. If whoever tries to take like the 3 o'clock position, sometimes we may even see the kind of the lower ground base taken instead. So those are things to think on. But for now, I'm just watching to see what happens, because this was a forward gateway from Goblin. He's expanding behind it. It's not super aggressive, just a little bit of pressure here. But MaxPax and Nikaract are not fast to expand, and Nikaract is going to expand in base anyway. MaxPax is okay. I mean, they're not slow to expand either, but they're just being cautious, and honestly, it's going to pay off. The Zealot is not going to do much. You can still obviously get some more units out. Phoenix now in production on both sides. The Cyclones producing as well. Marines and the rest continue to come up as the Adept continues to move over. I'm out here trying to make a format more confusing than the old World Team League format. There's no way this is more confusing. There's no way this is more confusing. This is just all kill, but 2v2 style. And instead of 2 players being eliminated at once, it's 1 player. The WTL format was confusing. It's like, if you go 1-0, the other team loses a life, but then they have a chance to make you lose your life in the second game. It's like best of 2. WTL format was also great, though. It actually worked really well. I think if this is confusing, it's simply because I'm excited to talk about it, and I probably explained it so much that I'm starting to make it more confusing than if I just let people figure it out on their own. Oh, those Cyclones putting work in. MaxPax obviously on the Phoenix wants to be very careful with them. MaxPax is such a good Phoenix player. That doesn't usually account for Cyclones locking onto your Phoenix, though, and so you got to be careful of that. Now you got to be careful, too, as you're going to be seeing Nikaract losing a Cyclone as well. A little bit of supply lost here early on the side of Nikaract and MaxPax as they drop down a little. And like I say, just a little bit of... Just that Cyclone locking onto that Phoenix was such a big deal. It made MaxPax have to disengage. Nikaract wasn't ready for the disengage. His Cyclone gets caught. He goes down a Cyclone. Some losses early as the Phoenix is going to join with a couple of Stalkers as well. It's still now more Phoenix production. 3 Phoenix at a time as UTHERMAL continues to build up a couple of Cyclones. So Cyclones on the way. Orbital Command building. The Stargate number 2 only just coming in now from MaxPax. So he's going to get out Phoenixed kind of quickly here, which is a concern. Obviously, you will have some support, and it's just going to be important that these Phoenix always fight with their support in that situation. As, oh, that bunker did not get repaired in time, so that's going to give the Cyclones a much easier time pushing forward. The siege tank is massive, though. That's going to do a lot to zone, and like I say, you're already seeing this low ground area with no ramp up into the naturals really be a very frustrating point of contention in this game. You can already see the problem that that is creating. There's a couple more Phoenix come out on either side. Fleet Beacon on the way up, Stargate in production. We're getting a fourth Stargate then, as UTHERMAL still adding on some Cyclones. Engineering Bay coming up too. Those Phoenix get in, they get an SCV kill. It's 12-9 Phoenix. I am genuinely terrified for how Goblin kind of... Well, I mean, Goblin is going to completely outmass MaxPax. Nicarak is going to have to be such a big player in this game. Like, he's going to have to do so much here. The Cyclones are so scary as well because they're supporting from afar does a lot. I like the couple of Vikings that Nicarak has. That's nice. Eventually, in the bigger fights, if you get a whole bunch of Stim Marines involved and underneath, then, yeah, obviously that can be great. But we're a long way from that being the reality here. So, we are a long, long way off that from that happening. Phoenix join up, the SCVs move through, we get back toward the center of the map. Anion Pulse Crystals on the way, so bringing that Phoenix range back into play as Cyclones, Phoenix joining together. Raids continuing through, gonna see a couple of Phoenix. And again, the Pulse Crystals coming up, so just getting all of that brought in. These Phoenix will step forward, the Cyclones able to take a shot or two. For a moment or so, Cyclones will be able to go after the Nexus. Army is still stepping up right now. Cyclone, Magfield, a little bit of everything coming online. The tanks will siege. The Vikings are going to be right there. Phoenix potentially about to take some damage. We step forward once more. Cool. We're going to see a little bit of an explosion coming out. Phoenix on Phoenix. Some damage is done. We are going to see the Stargates still getting added on. We're now 7 Phoenix behind, man. Like, where do we play catch-up at this? I mean, you can just see the supply is completely getting outnumbered. As Goblin just outnumbers MaxPax massively. I mean, this is obviously just the case of the pressure that's been applied as well. MaxPax and Nicarak have not been able to get to a third base, and without that, you can clearly see that they're getting into more and more trouble right now, so... This is becoming a little bit scary here as the Marines and a couple of siege tanks joining up together. Cyclones and the Phoenix will join in as well. Taking a moment, a Viking firing, Phoenix taking damage. Phoenix going to come back the other way. A couple of shots, but again, we're just outnumbered. I think this has just been pushed into too much of a bad position, no? I mean, we've got missile turrets to support over here as well. I mean, UTHERMAL and Goblin could not be better prepped right now. Because we're just going to have... I mean, those Cyclones are going to try after the Nexus. The Phoenix are going to dive, but there's a Phoenix difference, right? Why does Nicarak not have Stim yet as well? Am I crazy? I really felt like he had Stim ages ago because it just wasn't building. But apparently he didn't get Stim yet. I mean, he's already got 1-1 upgrades too. Like I say, I just presumed it had been built and done, and I just hadn't caught it on the production tab in the Chaos of 2v2, but apparently he hadn't even started it. That is kind of a big question mark. That is something I was not really expecting. Wild. Phoenix gather, a couple of SCVs join up together. So you can see those Phoenix joining in. The +1 air weapons coming through. Phoenix still gather, Stargate on the way. Cyclone, the command centers on the way up as well. Continue to bring this out right now. As the Marines step forward, Cyclone's immediately in some trouble. Let's see how Phoenix is going to try and launch their way forward again. Phoenix is going to fight back. Marines are going to step through. Siege tank gets lifted. Oh, all the Cyclones are going to get lifted. Marines underneath are going to be feasting. Hello, thank you. And that was a great fight. Nicarak coming through with what they needed. Can we get the Marines involved on the Phoenix? Probably not. It's a 20 Phoenix difference. But UTHERMAL lost everything. UTHERMAL's been on one factory this whole time. He's been obviously pumping Goblin big. And that's obviously why MaxPax looks outnumbered, but if he can fight with the support of the Marines, maybe there's a way. We're going to see a mothership on the way up as well. The Phoenix trying to fight from afar, going to snag another Phoenix as it flies in. You can already see right now the factories continuing to come up from UTHERMAL because he's not really built to rebuild much of anything here. So this is Goblin versus the world. Phoenix are still dying as they fly through. Nicarak, oh my god, there's a mothership! Time Walk comes down and we are going to fire on forward. Are we actually going to take this? The missile turret zoning as well. The Phoenix are stuck a little bit. having to fly through the turret. We are going to chase. MaxPax gets one more kill, and MaxPax will force Goblin away with the aid of Nikaract. It's still a 15 Phoenix difference, but you've got a player in this game who is not operational right now because they were feeding into Goblin. My goodness, the defense has finally come through, but is it too late? Nikaract and MaxPax took such a long time to do this. You already see a 4-base Goblin. You already see a 4-base UTHERMAL, right? Like, their base count is through the roof already. So while this was a bad sequence of events, has their early game established them well enough to just be okay here? My concern right now is that the strength of Nikaract and MaxPax is going to be from Nikaract's Marines. But Nikaract's Marines are not going to love attacking into the mech of UTHERMAL, right? Realistically, that is going to be a problem. Maybe we can spread out, because right now UTHERMAL doesn't have a lot of units still. So maybe this is just kind of a run around, kind of be everywhere you can be game. I mean, these Phoenix are going to kill all these Marines. That's not going to be a problem. As we're going to try and get the Nexus, there's zero chance that this works. Like I say, the Phoenix can just mass lift. And that's why Phoenix are so freaking powerful in good numbers. 3-3 upgrades, a couple Phoenix in the air weapon upgrade coming through as well. Medevac goes down. Missile turret is going to be there to push back as well. Cyclones and tanks still building. Carriers and the mothership on the way through. We had a +2 attack upgrade to that as well. Tank Cyclones gathering. Phoenix joining up together. We are going to be seeing the mothership and the carriers take a stance out onto the map. The Phoenix there to try and figure out what they might want to do here. Marines obviously going to be nearby as well. Phoenix looking at each other. We're going to go and attack into each other. Carrier joins up. Another carrier coming across as well. Missile turrets will go down and put themselves in a good position out the front. Scans building, Marines positioning. And get a chance to maybe, possibly, pull the trigger on a little bit of a shove forward. I mean, this Goblin army is still too good. I mean, it's got exciting, but I just don't think we ever really make up for the fact that... I mean, maybe. Basically, what needs to happen is they need to defend until MaxPax maxes out, I think. If MaxPax can get maxed out, I mean, he can see his control has been so good, by the way. MaxPax has been fighting against all odds. He's just down 5 carriers. Can we out-control 5 carriers? Maybe. I mean, if anyone can, maybe it's MaxPax. Hey, look, I tell you what else we're going to have. We're going to have EMPs. And if we have EMPs on that army of Goblin, maybe there is genuine a way MaxPax just overwhelms it, right? Maybe there is just a way. Tempest on the way as well. I like that for MaxPax. That may be an answer too. Just build a better composition. They're not dead yet. They're getting starved out of the map. There's missile turret lines coming up. But Nikaract and MaxPax are going to play for their best possible out right now, which is just to sit back and let it happen and wait for the right moment. We're going to get a carrier there. That feels like a good trade. We grab a carrier. The Phoenix not nearby from Goblin to support. MaxPax, man, he's getting feisty. He's stepping forward. He's like, let's battle. Let's take a trade. EMP's available right now. Goes down on the carriers. Hits a lot of the Phoenix. Siege tanks are starting to get in position. The mech army's starting to get surrounded. You need to win the air battle. You need to win the air battle. Otherwise, you can't win the ground battle. You need the air to fight the ground in this scenario. Good drop on the right side. Push on the right from Nikaract is going to get rid of a base, put Goblin in some trouble during this, and maybe force some pullback. You don't really want to be pulling back right now. Those Marines putting in some serious work. EMPs on those Phoenix could have been huge as well because you remove the lifting potential, and then there's left lifts available to deal with drops like this. Obviously, we saw the lift power before. Like I say, that doesn't necessarily stick around the whole time, as in this case, these Marines actually going to do fairly well for themselves. They're actually able to trade pretty nicely. Like I say, Goblin will play cleanup, but it wasn't free, and MaxPax is going to max out. He's got Tempests available, and he's using them well. This has been a hell of a game so far. Missile turrets here en masse are going to go after these Phoenix, as the Cyclones are now going to help to open this door in. Like I say, you need to win the air war because you don't really have a good way to fight the TVT on the ground. You know, the mech army should win out on the ground, so you need MaxPax to do well in the skies. So it's kind of awkward to find the fight that you're looking for here. The Phoenix are going to dive in. We're going to go for it. We need EMPs now. Nikaract, EMP that army. He's just going after the interceptors. I mean, maybe if you can out-intercept your opponent, that works as well. MaxPax down to 160, 170-ish supply there. Marines are starting to break out of the missile turret and static defense contain over on the left side. Marines Oh, I don't love this. We're going into the tanks. The Phoenix is just going to try and lift the tanks up to give us an opportunity. There goes the mothership. Now we're turning onto the carriers. Is there a way that we can win this fight? MaxPax is trying to take down everything that Goblin owns. Couple carriers still alive. We need those to fight the tanks after probably. We are going to push back this position, but it was so expensive. Nikorak lost everything. He had to get involved, and MaxPax did his best to protect him by lifting up the tanks and giving the bio a chance to maybe survive, but it's just not quite going to be good enough. Nikorak and MaxPax hanging around. The Marines are going to step through. SCV's in some trouble. Damage being done over here. I was just going to see the turn onto the orbital command. Orbital goes down. Tanks, Thors. Marine stepping through again. Get rid of that static defense line. Again, it's just... the entire game comes down to that opening where UTHERMAL and Goblin just had so much on the map so quickly. And that's something that MaxPax and Nikorak have just never really been able to recover from. Because all of these fights have been from contained positions where they're fighting through static defense and all the rest of it. And so they've just been down in bases, down in economy, and the rebuild just is not there. I actually want to say, this might be controversial. I actually kind of feel like MaxPax and Nikorak almost played the better game just from too much of a deficit. Like after the first few minutes, I think they've done an incredible job making this a game at all, because it was pretty doomed for them. Now that the Thors are out, maybe it's just doomed anyways as well. So, but I think they actually played a really good mid game, trying to come back. They played from a really awful spot, and they really nearly made it happen a little bit. A couple of medevacs go boosting out over that right-hand side, so they're going to go dropping. Nikorak looking to make a play. I mean, I like this. Nikorak's been pretty active about trying to deny this base, at least trying to stop the extent of the expansions from getting to be too much. Which probably has been an important factor. I wonder how different it's going to look heading into a game number 2, because obviously MaxPax and Nikorak might be a little bit more aware of just how they want to try and get set up initially and so on. I think these are 2 maxed out armies right now. Those are 2 armies that do not look like they're getting shifted, shunted, or moved anywhere. Apart from where they want to go, which will be into the heart of their opponents and probably taking this game in the end, as you do see the carrier Thor push. Setting up and stepping forward. Nexus and a couple of assimilators coming down. They get denied. Medevac's getting caught. It's an unengageable army, because now MaxPax can't fight the mech army. Before, MaxPax was at least able to mostly just fight the skies, and then look to overwhelm the mech after. This time the Thors are just going to do way too much. Chaos ensues, carriers fire everywhere, interceptors are all over the place, but there's one team that is losing supply very rapidly. The bio on the ground going to make a good shove forward. Nikorak going to make a case that they might be able to get through this, but UTHERMAL's supply is not moving. His supply is as immovable as we thought his army might be, and those Thors are just putting in way too much work. MaxPax has nothing left. The interceptors are still alive in the skies. The carriers are doing their thing. GG's. Goblin and UTHERMAL will take the opening game of this best of 3. Alright, Gobbo and UTHERMAL on the verge of taking 2 players of the other team down. They open with Goblin and UTHERMAL. I thought it was a bit of a risk, one of their stronger combos maybe right at the start. But so far, it's working absolute wonders. We're going to get into game number 2 here in a couple of moments. Let me just send the maps over to the guys to pick from. Great game, this was actually a great game. Like, they were obviously in trouble. They obviously got out-Phoenixed, and they almost made it kind of work. They just got outpaced on the economy. Because of how much of a contain it was, they just got outpaced. They really did a lot to try and get back in place, right? Awesome stuff. All right, we'll wait for the map pick from Nikorak and MaxPax. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream today, quick mention, obviously, if you're enjoying, hit the follow button, hit the like and subscribe on the YouTube, and do consider supporting. Thank you to Monster Energy making the WardiTV Team Liquid map contest tournaments possible. They also make the map contests in general possible. Without them, we wouldn't have fun new maps. Without them, we wouldn't have tournaments to test them in and all of that goodness. So do check out the guys over there. I appreciate you all. Get ready for our next map. Going to be Gem Garden. So we did have this map. It's going to be our first replayed map. Purple Rain, the only map we haven't seen yet, but that should be the first map of the next series. So we can keep that in mind as Gem Garden will come up. And get this ready to go. And that was honestly a great game. That was one of the best games I've casted in a while. 2v2 delivering, man. 2v2 delivering a little bit. Love it. Love it. All right. Game 2 of Series 2 coming up. I mean, no one wants this to be a like a 4-0, but like even if it does end up being a 4-0, we're getting some great games already. And that's still a long way off from happening, but yeah, I still kind of like it. All right, we are taking a moment, and Goblin will join the lobby. UTHERMAL here as well. Just get both teams to ready up. Incorrect's team is good to go. Is Goblin and UTHERMAL good to go as well? Ready from the same team. Just waiting for the other team. And we can go. Beautiful stuff. Man, genuinely some super fun games. Genuinely some super fun games. A couple of UTHERMAL will take a moment, no worries about that. We're still waiting on our own ads to run out anyways, so nothing lost just yet. There we go. Alright, countdown into Gem Garden for map number 2 of this best of 3. It is do or die a little bit right now for MaxPax and Nicorette. I mean, not do or die, but it's do or die for Nicorette, because if Nicorette loses this one here, is out. But obviously, you're trying to keep your team from dropping 2 players down super quickly, so let's see what happens here as we go into game. We're going to have ourselves Team Blue in the top right-hand side. That is going to be Nicorette and MaxPax. And the top left are orange and red players, UTHERMAL and Goblin. Game 2 of our BO3 and get this one underway. Tracks on the way on both sides. Gateway coming about. We get settled down for a couple of moments here. Just see where we're going to go. Probe from Goblin. Nexus first. Eh? Oh. Cheeky. So Goblin going to go Nexus first. Much bigger map this one. As our Nexus comes straight down. Okay, dropping down, 2 barracks coming up. And Reaper coming about, Orbital and the barracks coming about right now. Just gonna see the gateway and the Nexus setting up. These rocks in the back obviously are timed, so there is a time frame on them being open. Yeah, a couple of Reapers just on the way from UTHERMAL, so he's going to get a little bit more active in this game early. Obviously, it was very much so about Goblin's Phoenix last game for quite a while. UTHERMAL going to take a bit more of a stance this time around in comparison, so a little bit of a different approach here. We get settled in. Stargate building, factory on the way. We got that command center added as well. Still a couple of Reapers building up for now. That side corner, a couple of probes still continue to build on into place. So just getting all of that up and online. Reaper goes back over to the far right hand side. The Adept and the Reaper join together. The Reapers take the Watchtower. Ooh, UTHERMAL makes the mistake. That Reaper getting a little too feisty moving through there. Now the other Reapers are going to be there. And this Adept and the Reaper are probably in a lot of trouble. We'll get a couple of probes. Reaper's just going to have to make a run for it. Actually is going to make a way out, and has distracted the Reapers long enough that the Adept got a bit more of a chance to get some more done. Gets in, sees the Twilight Council as well, so you see where Goblins go in this game. And MaxPax currently just building the Oracle. Getting himself set up in that regard and figuring out where exactly he would like to go. Linking the gates, coming about, robot facility building. Again, a lot of little things on the way up right here. A couple of Stalkers going to deal with the Adept and push that back out onto the other direction. Just going to chase that straight away. Reaper is going to run into the Hellions. Uh-oh, that's not a good jump up, and they kind of have a weird position of jumping up and down. The Hellions can kind of reach around the corner too. So Reaper's in trouble, and that's going to be a good defense from Nikaract, who is going to send the UTHERMAL Reapers running. Now going to get the heck out of there for the moment as Oracle comes through, another SCV going down. We'll see now MaxPax on his way to blink as well. 6 gates coming online, so MaxPax really... Sorry, it's Goblin with the 6 gates on time, so he's really rallying up into a high Stalker count. Prism on the way. UTHERMAL's getting combat shield. He's got a couple of barracks. He's got a handful of Marines, but feels like he might be giving Goblin a few extra Stalkers to work with right now. They're going to have an explosion of supply very soon as the Hellions play clean up. The problem with those Hellions is that they do not do a lot to play defense, and Nikaract is going to need to get something up that can help deal with the Stalkers. Otherwise, we are going to be in serious trouble. So that's something we got to get to ASAP here, more or less. A few Stalkers stepping across. Just going to be seeing them moving through the center of the map right now. So just taking some chances to get over to the other side. A couple of barracks on the engineering base. All coming up. We take the Watchtower. Say we're going to have an ability to warp in a bunch of Stalkers because we are on 12 gateways. That's a pretty disgusting amount. The Stalkers here initially might be okay for MaxPax, but the warp-ins are going to be very difficult to contest. So that is going to be the issue, and we kind of maybe need to get the hell away right now. Like, we're setting up an aggressive pylon and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously, UTHERMAL's putting his money into this as well, so it's important that, actually, more than anything, that Nikaract can actually join this fight and join MaxPax, because then it's still going to be a doable fight, and these Banshees are great. Hitting Goblin where it hurts, so his economy going to take some major damage, just as he's setting up to really kind of get into crazy Stalker numbers. I think, again, the main thing we've got to do right now is not get caught up on the map as MaxPax. He needs to make sure he gets away. And he is getting away, setting off a stasis ward, helping him to just make Goblin have to double guess the escape. Now that was really nice. A lot of workers going down. Goblin becomes a 32 probe Protoss. Tank on the way up. And the CC is probably in trouble. That's the third base that will just not get away. Need to keep our units collected together. Because like I say, this is a lot of... we're going to try and fight it. Let me just let the third go down. The other guys are 2 bases each, so we're in no rush there. UTHERMAL's obviously very low supply because he's just been helping Goblin get to this ridiculous Stalker count. But we need these Marines to really join in for something right now. It's a very strong power point for Goblin, who has a lot of units, and obviously B, all the tech on those units, because he just got Blink, so all the units are benefiting from the same thing. I mean, Nikaract is getting to the point now he's building 7 Marines at once. I love that snipe on the Observer as well. That might make you feel a little bit less confident about attacking in. Double siege tank available here. They're going to do a lot of work. They blink into the siege tanks. It's going to give MaxPax a chance, I think, for these Stalkers to go for it. He's going to go for the Prism. He gets it. Denies the warp in, and that's going to be absolutely huge. It was the perfect amount of Stalkers. It stopped the warp in last second, and it left enough Stalkers behind fighting and dealing damage as well. And that's a major slowdown on this attack. As now, especially with Nicorette having more Marines popping out at every moment, it's going to be more and more comfortable for sure. We see Oracle getting some extra energy back. We see the Stalkers pulling it back nicely. A new tank arriving, and that might just be the point of defense here, as it looks as though Nicorette and MaxPax are going to be pulling this off. What a hold. And especially MaxPax again. He's coming in with some freaking plays today. I mean, Nicorette is absolutely pulling his weight as well. But man, MaxPax has had some really, really clutch moments so far. Stepping into a stasis ward and a cannon is probably not going to do much for you here. That's not ideal, because the Stalkers are going to come down and trying to protect this location. And Goblin supply. The thing with Goblin is, again, he lost a lot of workers, right? And at this stage as well, he's just not going to be able to support all those gates he used, unless UTHERMAL's still pumping in money. And if so, then UTHERMAL's not getting anything, while Nicorette is now very much so in this game and set up as he needs to be. And hence, I think we are probably looking at another Game 3 here. Stalkers chasing away Stalkers. Combat Shield, Armory. Additional Marines continue to come about. The Marines still joining up. Stalkers are going to be right there. Swing back to the center of the map. Double Medevac loads up. Does not get punished. Is going to get onto the map. That's huge. There's no defense at home right now. You know, we are not focused on playing defense as Goblin and UTHERMAL. They've been all about attacking. To the point they're just going to tap out the game, which you might think, well, that came out of nowhere. But they know that they were committed to dealing damage with this attack, and it does not happen. We go to 1-1. 2v2 all kills my new favorite format. I'm getting some great games today. Getting some really, really fun games so far. It's been pretty sick. So, we had Gem Garden. That leaves us with Purple Rain, Rust Bucket, and Toha Industries for the map pick in a few moments' time. One map we've not seen yet today is Purple Rain. It will be the starting map of the next series, so we will at least see it there. But, yeah, obviously there is going to be some maps that probably get picked a little bit left. Yeah, this is what I thought as well. This team picked Rust Bucket last time when they got losers pick. They're going to pick it again this time. So they're going to go straight back to that. And we are going to get this set up and into our game number 3 of this best of 3. Wardy Mondays 2v2 from now on. Ay. Wouldn't that be something? Yo, what's up? Bear McBearing for the £5 donation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just need a moment from one of our players. I was thinking of trying to do a it's kind of a bigger project, so it's not like happening soon, but I was kind of thinking of trying to do a team format again, which combined a bit of 2v2 and 1v1. But, yeah. Problem is just getting the money to run fun stuff, as the TLDR. I'd love to do a WardiTV Mondays 2v2 edition, but sadly our, the WardiTV Mondays money does not cover 2v2. It has to stick to the same format, sadly, so... Archon mode tourneys when? Archon's always such a funky one, though. Like, Archon is always very, fiddly. Like, I think Archon really suffers from not being able to, Archon really suffers from just not being able to, like, really observe it as well as you might like to, you know? What about a monthly 2v2? Yeah, I mean, the problem I always have with team games is it's the same situation pretty much every time. Team games are very expensive to run. And because team games are very expensive to run, they also have less viewership because more people want to watch 1v1 typically. So, it's more expensive and it brings in less money. Yeah, and sadly it is just a money situation where, like, if we just had endless cash to throw at tournaments, we'd do so many cool events, we'd do so many different formats and stuff. The reality is that we don't have thousands of dollars to just throw every month things. You know, like it just doesn't exist. Like, if we had more, then we just run more fun stuff. My tournaments are designed in a very efficient kind of manner, honestly, simply for the fact that, like, they are designed around being, you know, sustainable and able to produce enough content to help pay for themselves. Which is why we don't get super adventurous with formats a lot of the time, because more adventurous formats typically take more money per games played, essentially, so... Sadly, it truly is just a money thing. If you guys want to help with that, there's a Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. This one is not funded by me, just to make it clear. This is, Monster Energy, sponsored from the TLMC and the tournament that's attached to it. But if you do like, Wardy events in general, we do make more of them if we get more income. And the Patreon, 100% of anything on the Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. So patreon.com/WardiTV. But enough about that and more about this, because we've got a Game 3 on our hands. It is going to be MaxPax and Nicarak. Nicarak's not blue. My bad, guys. But yeah, Max in purple. It's fine. As obviously UTHERMAL and Goblin in the top. And look at that. Straight pylon across the map. This is a base or a map where the bases are split apart, right? So being aggressive is something you benefit from. Because by being aggressive, you can target one player, then try and just push them away, and the opponent is going to struggle to come down their ramp, and if they come down here, you're attacking into an open area to be surrounded by 2 players. So it's a very difficult balancing act here to pull off a solid defense, and that's why a couple of gateways are coming up, the barracks are coming up in multiple numbers back at home from UTHERMAL, and they're kind of doing a little bit of hiding it as well, right? Like one barracks in the top, one in the bottom, just trying to make it sneaky. And you know what's huge about this is because this probe has come here first, MaxPax is going to be like, okay, I had to check all the way to the corner to find the barracks. It's going to take him even longer to notice that there's no gateway over here. When he does, maybe he might be able to do something to switch this up a little bit. Let's see. Because obviously he's going to know no gateways now, so now you're a little bit more aware that this is probably aggression, and we start to see what the response of that might be. I mean, he's building the Nexus, but I don't know if we can really hold on to that Nexus. It's going to be tough defending the low ground against 2 players who are attacking into, obviously, the Reapers are their expectation from UTHERMAL, and they are on the way. I think this is about being very cautious, being very patient, and kind of picking your fights correctly. Nicarak has to pick the right moment to come down and get involved as well. So obviously, it's kind of rough because the Reapers alone can be frustrating, as we saw in the previous games to some extent. But then you add in the fact you've got 2 Protoss units arriving super early. They are very bulky units as well. Nicarak actually gets not a bad first shot off there, but they do end up disengaging. And that Reaper obviously maybe needs to start turning back and being at home. Like I said, the first 2 Zealots are bulky, but then the first 2 Stalkers after that are very bulky as well and difficult to get rid of. Nicarak's factory is moving, I believe, onto an add-on maybe? Not sure what it's up to right now. MaxPax's going to try and get to the Stargate. Nicarak loses the Reaper on the other side. Doesn't really do much buying time or anything. My factory goes to a tech lab. I feel like he got a bit distracted there. I feel like that maybe could have moved sooner. Because MaxPax, yeah, low ground's a little bit hopeless. He starts a battery more than anything that's just like a, hey, maybe pay attention over there and do something about it. He's going to lose the pylon power in his gateway, his warp gate, but also his Stargate. And Nicarak just has nothing to support this right now. This is an overwhelming shove in. Again, this bullies the base layout very heavily, and that's going to be the problem in Rustbook. It's this map that invites this earlier aggression. Team Hearthstone, who find themselves down 2 players. Nicarak and Wayne both fall. MaxPax going to be on his last life. Who will they send out in accompaniment to MaxPax to try and take down UTHERMAL and Goblin, who have just been a little bit too good here so far? They've just been a little bit too strong. Showtime, Spirit, a Laser, just sitting in the wings, chilling, having a good old day, making money while UTHERMAL and Goblin do all the hard work. Yeah, it's 2-0 so far, essentially, so you've knocked 2 players down. That means there's 2 chances left. You need to win 2 more best of 3s as Team UTHERMAL to win the competition. And we'll wait a second here. So basically, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be MaxPax with either Hearthstone, double Protoss, or MaxPax with Lambo for a Protoss Zerg combo. If you go MaxPax Lambo, you'd basically go Protoss Zerg, and then if they lose again, Lambo would stay on, and then Hearthstone would come out. The alternative is you go double Protoss, and then you play double Protoss, then you get Lambo with Hearthstone at the end. It's always going to end up being Lambo and Hearthstone as the last stand. The question is, who do you think has a better shot with MaxPax here? Do you think it goes PvP? Do you think it goes, do you go PP? Like, Protoss is not a great combo, but it's better than some of the other kind of mirror match combos. Like, it's better than Zerg, and Terran, I would say, I think. From what I've seen of it, so it is going to be Lambo, though. That makes more sense. Protoss Zerg is going to be the choice. And we're going to get that ready to go. So it's going to be this one, Purple Rain. Let me get that posted. So it is just going to be Lambo MaxPax. I mean, like I said, I think that makes the most sense here. And then Hearthstone will come out as the final player if needed. Hopefully LAMBO and MaxPax get a win or two, though, because they could really do with taking some points onto the board for their team. Say Purple Rain's the map that we've not seen yet today, so we're going to get to see it now at least. To drop the lobby link down. UTHERMAL and Goblin, like I say, great start for them. It's been close. It's not like they've been like completely dominant and unable to be stopped. I mean, they lost a map in both their series. They've had some close games. Just a little bit of the power of maybe being a stronger kind of long-term 2v2 team and opening the day has definitely shown a little bit right here. So, yeah, MaxPax and LAMBO in. UTHERMAL and Goblin can join us as they are ready. Oh, stretch it out. $1,000 on the line today as well, guys. $750 to the winning team, which equates to $150 each. Right? Yes. So $150 each for any player on the winning team. $50 each for anyone on the losing team. So you're guaranteed to win some money no matter what, just by being a part of the event today. Shout out to all the players who came out and accepted the invite for something that's obviously a little bit experimental as well, obviously. So shout out to those guys for coming and playing. UTHERMAL and Goblin will just take a couple moments, guys, so no worries there. Give them a couple minutes. Freaking fly that's been in my room. I think it was here yesterday as well. It keeps landing on me. I'm like, can you just not? I don't mind you being here, but like, can you just not land on me every 10 seconds? It's very distracting. Or fly in my face, dickhead. God damn it. You're trying to fight flies, guys. It's not easy out here. I'm just slagging him off and he's literally like, I'm gonna sit right here. Like, bro. Should I show him how much he cares? Yeah. Lovely. I'd rather he just didn't, though. Could be a mosquito. I mean, I'm in the UK. I don't have to worry about those things. Flies are as annoying as I can usually get. I mean, if it was a bee, I'd be more concerned, but or wasp or something. Like, something that could sting me, I'd be more concerned, sure. But for now. Do 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 do. Bum ba bum. Alright, Goblin and UTHERMAL in the lobby if they are ready. We should be able to get this underway. LAMBO and MaxPax the combo. Arston, the captain, saving himself in the wings as the backup. Bum, 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 bum. Go and GLHF, says LAMBO. And go and GLHF, says UTHERMAL. That's enough to get us started in this one. Team Arston, MaxPax and LAMBO. They kind of need to win. Straight up right now, that's what it comes down to. They need to win. They lose this, I mean, you're looking at reverse all-kill territory. Maybe that's how we just make today epic. But I think overall, we probably prefer just not to get into team all-kill territory. Or reverse all-kill territory. You know, let's just take a map now or a series now and start working on evening this out. Obviously, our first look at a Protoss-Zerg combination today. It's been Terran Protoss, and Terran Zerg thus far. So, first look at seeing some Protoss and Zerg and seeing how this is going to work out, as it is going to be in the bottom left. MaxPax and LAMBO Protoss and Zerg combination here. Taking on, in the top right-hand side, Goblin and UTHERMAL. Alright, new game of a new best of 3. Who will get themselves off to a quick start in this series. Obviously, again, UTHERMAL and Goblin have lost a map in each of the series they played. They lost the opening map of the day. They lost game 2 in that last matchup, but they've been able to pick themselves up and draw themselves back out from trouble each time so far. Chasm Pool coming up, next on the Cybercore, getting built in for a few moments. Have a fairly peaceful opener as well, so nothing really to scream and shout about just yet. Let's see, maybe some aggression. LAMBO is definitely on the aggressive side of the team games sometimes. Saw that in some of his team games the last few days when he's been playing in the other events. Seen a lot of his Lane Bane kind of hitting the opponents hard. So something to think on there as you Chrono Boost out an Adept. A couple of Marines still on the way through for the moment. That will take a step only to the other side. We're seeing the Adept going to hit. Probe going to take a little bit more damage for a few moments. The Adept going to continue through. Probe going to take a bit more damage. The Marines stepping forward. Just going to see the other Marines looking to try and get themselves around for a couple of seconds here. Just trying to get some more work done. Probes are going to get in. The Blink coming up. And so we are going to see MaxPax heading to Blink. Extractors on the way from LAMBO. LAMBO is absolutely just pumping MaxPax full of money. So he's just going to be the economy and to boost to boost MaxPax up a little bit. And that's something that they were doing a little bit the other day as well. LAMBO being that economy siphon to his teammate. Again, we're not playing with any resource trading tax mod or anything like that. So this is just straight up, this is just straight up kind of normal 2v2. See, the Oracle is going to take a couple of moments. The gates all building the bow, Prism and the Blink coming through. Just see the Oracle coming back over as well. See the Stalkers gathering. A few more Stalkers going to get warped in as well. We do have ourselves the aggression getting ready to go then. Obviously, this is a big moment because it's very similar to what UTHERMAL and Goblin were doing on that game they actually lost in that previous series. Just massing up the Stalkers, massing up the gates. Going to be at 10 gates here in a moment. It's a lot of Stalker warp-ins. LAMBO again just being the absolute economy feed into MaxPax at the moment. And we are going to blink in for the first Stasis Ward. There's an extra Stasis Wards available. Did he notice them? I think he did. There's one more Stasis though, and he's not seen it yet. Oh my god, somehow it only catches one Stalker. That's kind of wild. Prism is going to sit in. And it's going to sit there and get the warpins directly into the base. So we're just going to commit. Obviously, very open area. Units are going to be able to come in from a surround. We are going to see the siege tank will probably be a priority. We jump on that. We're going to volley a second one. Perfect split of Stalkers to get the one shot on the tank there. Goes after the Oracles a little bit. Losing a lot, though. Having to pull back a little bit. We're going to need reinforcements in a moment. Stalker Blink is no good. We mess up a little bit. Nearly losing the Prism as well, but only takes a half volley. Got a little bit chaotic as MaxPax goes for another big warp in. Got rid of the 2 siege tanks there, so removes a lot of the initial kind of power of the defense. Now getting to the low ground, we are going to see obviously Bunker going to get involved a little bit. Marines are not going to be able to do too much yet. SCVs will come in for the surround and try and get these Stalkers stuck. As we see MaxPax just going to blink out the other side. A few SCVs will start to go down again. A bit more damage done. Big warp into Stalkers into the main base, and we are going to see in this split might just be what MaxPax can really capitalize on. Can his multitasking deliver? He is out on the left side as well, looking for this orbital command, looking to make this a one-base Terran. Not quite going to happen. UTHERMAL keep staying alive there. It is MaxPax controlling both of these, by the way. You can see it's not shared control. Lambo's color is not showing up beneath those Stalkers. That is indeed MaxPax controlling both sides of the Stalker war. Charge on the way up, an additional base for MaxPax as well as we continue to settle ourselves down. MaxPax's supply obviously booming, but up against UTHERMAL and Goblin in this scenario, and keep that in mind. I will still say a lot of those Marines are just unupgraded Marines. I'm not sure how much they're necessarily going to do overall. So we try and push our way up. We're going to see the siege tank going down again. It's been a great split of units. He's been so good at target firing with only a few of the Stalkers. These Marines on their own are not exactly going to be able to do much of anything. There is a Dark Templar in play, though. Detection-wise, we do have a Robo. We do have an Observer. The Observer is actually nearby as well. So as long as that Observer doesn't go down, we should be fine. I think we already caught the DT as well, actually. Tank goes down. And MaxPax is going to start overwhelming at the front here, as Lambo boosting MaxPax's economy is going to give him the Stalker count needed to open with the Game 1 win, and Team Hearthstone might be making a big stand back onto the map with this. BRB, 1 second, guys. Gotta get the door. Alrighty, guys. Sorry, my door went just at the end of the game. Good timing overall, I guess. As is UTHERMAL and Goblin. Do pick a map. Beautiful. Alrighty. Lambo's just AFK. Lambo is pumping MaxPax with money from the economy. Lambo's job is to make economy and to be an extra boost of economy for MaxPax to just go mass Stalker. Are we going to get another Rust Bucket pit from Goblin and UTHERMAL? Find out in a moment or two. Again, sorry for the quick BRB, guys. Like I said, at least it came at the end of the game. Oh, they picked Rust Bucket again. No way. I mean, if you have one map that your team likes, in this format, I guess that map's going to get played a lot, right? So, that makes sense. It's okay. No worries. Let's get this hosted up and ready to go. Trying to make myself a spectator in time. Managed it. Everyone joining here. So LAMBO and MaxPax sit up 1-0 in the best of 3. Let's take a second. Fix the colors. And we can go. Beautiful. Alright. Just waiting for everyone to ready up. Go GLHF says LAMBO. GLHF says UTHERMAL. That's all we need to hear. Jump on into Rust Bucket. MaxPax and LAMBO take the first map. Can they take a 2-0? We've not had a 2-0 yet. 2-0 to start bringing the team back. Obviously, maybe get some additional members of Team UTHERMAL involved. Laser, Showtime, and Spirit all sitting in the wings right now, ready to come in and play. If UTHERMAL and Goblin do end up dropping here. MaxPax and LAMBO in the top left-hand side, GLHFing with their 1-0 lead against UTHERMAL and Goblin in the bottom right. I mean, MaxPax was just experienced the aggression that Goblin and UTHERMAL can throw out on this map. We'll see if a similar thing happens. I wonder if the threat of that potentially stops LAMBO from just being an economy feed, because he maybe needs to set up a bit more himself this time, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as we are just going to have first of all, Goblin not coming across the map to proxy, and also LAMBO just... Yeah, I mean, in that case, I guess you just don't see aggression coming. If you don't see aggression coming... My voice just went... Sorry, guys. I just lost my audio for a second. I'm going to presume that that was not something you guys heard, and that's just on my side. Apart from the fact that you heard me losing the audio, which obviously started to sound strange. Because I was just like, whoa, what's happening? Not sure where I was at with my point, but yeah, I guess LAMBO just, once they know there's nothing coming, he can still just be the economy feed. If he wants to be, he doesn't have to be, though. Let's go low ground hatchery. I would expect this case, so this time the Zerg does not spawn with the in-base expanse. You would imagine MaxPax takes the in-base, and then LAMBO just takes both the low ground bases in the end. It's a little awkward, though, because if you want to defend the low ground, MaxPax may struggle to get, like, pylons and batteries in position down there, so that might be something to think on a little bit further down the line. Probes nibbling, the drones on the way up, the hatch in the pool on the way out, so we bring a lot of that on and into play. Those probes continue to go after each other for a few more moments, taking a little bit of an opportunity right there. Nexus stepping through, just going to see the Cyber Core coming up as well, continue to get that going. They're just going to step through, just going to see the couple of Reapers on the way, Command Center coming up, and we have ourselves the Stargate and the Warp Gate continue to come through. Queen is going to fight, and the Reaper gets pushed around a little bit. Ling Speed and the Ling still building on by. Now going to be seeing those couple of Reapers wanting to maybe try and get involved in those Queens, but defense looking fine and dandy for the moment. LAMBO is going to get his Ling Speed up, so we'll have that available as the extra Lings start to push through here. So it is going to still be quite a lot of aggression, because we've got 2 Adepts, 2 Reapers, and the first Adept of MaxPax does get caught a little bit. I mean, LAMBO is not going to be as useful here until he gets his Ling Speed, so we'll take a few moments. I'm going to wall off, stop the Adepts from joining us in this base, so we do try and get that one Adept after the Reapers here, and we should be able to get a kill. He's going to shade it away, but not in time. Oracle on the way up. Lings do start to play cleanup on the low ground. Even without the Ling Speed, they get a catch. That's going to be 2 of the Reapers going down. The Adepts of Goblin obviously still alive and able to maybe bully themselves in again. As MaxPax just taking a lot of early game damage, now the Lings with speed will come after those Reapers. That will be a cleanup, but yeah, that's a lot of damage taken from MaxPax early. You obviously, you can already see in the supplies. It's going to trail Goblin supply-wise in this game by about 10 or so. Lings getting across the map, do find a probe. Factory, engineering bay, and reactor all continuing up as we speak. This Oracle coming back around the top and maybe aiming for a dive into the main bases again. Something that we can maybe see as Goblin gets a chance to do some damage. MaxPax is not ready with any defense, just has to pull the probes. He has no anti-air, huh? He's got a battery and that's about it, so... Yeah, gonna lose some more workers. MaxPax getting bullied hard. It's gonna kind of come down to Lambo to get a bit of work done, to try and keep himself a little bit more cozy here, or comfortable at least. 2 more probes going down. MaxPax economy is hurting for sure. And due to the Oracle out of energy, it gives him at least the chance to get back to mining. So MaxPax down to 23 workers up against the 30 of Goblin. MaxPax has his own Oracle, but it see as effective a set of damage as what just happened there. That's just a fact of, again, the bases are split up a little bit, so it's not like Lambo can pull a queen into MaxPax's main base super easily to add to the anti-air defense, right? We're going to see UTHERMAL will take an SCV loss. Maybe a couple. Takes 3 shots to kill an SCV. Sorry, no. Takes 2 shots to kill an SCV. Just going to see the one going down. Does take 3 shots. Does it take 3 shots for an Oracle to kill an SCV? Why am I going crazy right now? Why I've not seen an Oracle fight SCVs for an age, apparently. I'm getting myself confused. It's 3 shots. I'm just like... I literally watched one die in 3 shots as well, so I don't know why I'm confusing myself. My brain was just like, I don't want to operate anymore. Oh, SCVs are so good. Feelings move about. The Oracle is backing away. As we have the beautiful Monster Energy logo on screen there for a second as well. We've seen the Marines are going to unload, and the Medivacs will begin to get some extra Marines out and about. Then the Lings will take a few shots and get pulled back. Bit of a push here. Is Lambo prepared to deal with this? This might be difficult. He's going to have to pull the drones, which suggests that maybe he is not. MaxPax is going to drop a Revelation with the Oracle. That means a lot of Stalkers can't do much with those. Oh no, are they just in trouble? They might just be dead, because MaxPax really got bullied so hard early. Goblin and UTHERMAL have really enjoyed this map in terms of just bullying guys and just kind of taking, single players out of the game very quickly. Lambo's going to drop down to being a 2-base Zerg here. He's just not ready to fight. He's not on his 1-1 upgrades yet. That's what he's really aiming for. He's only playing Lings as well, so pure Lings is likely not going to do much. Their wall off is good. The Lings will threaten on the other side, but there are some Marines there as well, so that's probably not going to do much of anything. As the Stalkers and the Lings come back together, they're just going to get a couple of kills. Extra barracks still all on the way through. We just have the Baneling Nest, the Lair. Carapace continuing to produce. Yeah, this is, I like the Dark Shine from MaxPax because he's obviously behind. Something like Dark Templar, the kind of thing that might just about be able to bring you back in a game, right? It's the kind of thing you might be able to play for. But I'm not going to say it's looking great or super hopeful. But they're clearly kind of themselves realizing that they are in trouble, that they need to stop playing themselves back into this situation right now. Stalker stepping through, little Revelation, a Stalker already going to be set up there as well. The rest of the Stalkers pushing forward. The Marines are going to step in as well. Siege tank will fire a couple of shots coming about. Charge on the way. And the Nexus just about going to finish very soon. Again, the extra Marines, the Palmer upgrade coming about. The Lings looking to get a wrap around here. There's a couple of Zealots going down already. Now the rest of the Lings going after those Stalkers. Nexus taking damage as well. I mean, again, trying to just buy time and do what we can to give MaxPax the chance with the DTs, perhaps. Revelation there available. First DT gets sighted and denied immediately. Defense is absolutely spot on. Now, there are going to be other DTs showing up still, as we are going to go for the joint defense over here. The Stalkers blink in. The Lings surrounded, but the Lings just didn't last long enough at all. They got absolutely melted. The DTs are not finding what they need to. Goblin and UTHERMAL are going to take this to another game 3. Every series getting to that third game, kind of getting to that third game action today. The extra Stalkers will just come back through again. 2 upgrades coming up. A few Marines caught in a stasis. Stalkers get underneath. The Medivac goes down. The Ling's just going to get there. The Marine's still taking a bunch of damage. I really do think we're kind of getting to a point here where things are going to begin to clear out a little bit. The Lings will chase through. The Stalker's going to try and fight. Stalker's going to try and fight back in return. A few of the Zerglings still going down there. Again, 2-2 upgrades and the Baneling speed all building. A lot of additional Lings and Queens on the way about right now. Now Stalkers will attempt to trade. Do as much as possible. It's a lot of units on the top side. Goblin and UTHERMAL just going to hit that base. I mean, Lambo's about to get Banelings. I'm not sure if they're really going to make any difference here. They're both about 100 supply against 120 and 120. It's not even that they're like that far behind necessarily, right? Like, if you look at the supply numbers at least, like now obviously it's starting to look a bit different because MaxPax just lost 25 supply, but going into that fight it was like, well, it could have maybe felt manageable still. The Lings did break through, by the way, but just so many reinforcements pouring out that they're not even going to really find too much of a chance still. Not much going on over there as a couple of Lings get back onto a few Marines. The SCV still joining up together. I mean, Lambo and MaxPax still making a bid to try and maybe push this back, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Storm on the way, and we still get the additional Archons all building up as well. That armor upgrade going to be a part of this too. I mean, I'm talking about things that are probably never going to really matter. Like, the numbers are just the numbers right now. You got a combined 186, yeah, 195, 197-ish supply versus, you know, 250, 260. It's a significant supply differential, and it's not like MaxPax and Lambo are sitting on some supreme tech that's going to be the breaking point. In fact, it's the tech of Goblin that looks even better with a few Archons mixed in. His army's going to be looking better than anything else on the map. Realistically, at this point, supported by some solid tank positioning of UTHERMAL. Team UTHERMAL are going to fight back to another Game 3. It's crazy, man. Just keeping on getting to that Game 3. I mean, this was their map pick. They have obviously liked this map. They love that bullying aspect of it as well. Being able to bully up into one side and really take advantage. And both, every game they've played on it, they've really been able to try and, you know, being able to hone in and make that a big part of it. Definitely working wonders there. Alright, so we'll come down to Lambo and MaxPax's map pick. Gem Garden, New Bed of Chaos, and Toha Industries are the three maps that can be picked from. And we go to Game 3 of the series. So very exciting stuff. Has been. I mean, it's been Game 3 every time so far. Love to see it, and it just keeps on coming. And Harston is the team captain. If Lambo and MaxPax lose this, it would be Lambo and Harston to come out and be the final stand, essentially. Showtime and Laser and Spirit are like, do we need a warm-up? Are we going to be okay? Very fun. Alright, take a couple moments, guys. Obviously, players take a moment to think about which map they might think is best. Toha Industries is going to get picked. It's one of the lesser played maps as well right now, I think. Got picked a little earlier. As we host this up. UTHERMAL BRB a moment. Oh, that doesn't stop us from getting the lobby ready at least. If there's a world ranking for casters in SC2 like how it is on the ladder, I think Wardy would be GM. Nice. Finally GM. I went out with a friend yesterday, had some Korean barbecue, and we were chatting. And she was at the wedding, and so she obviously met a lot of, you know, StarCraft people and stuff, and, you know, I was explaining who's who and who does what and stuff like that. And I was explaining that I sort of close out. I was explaining that, like, I was like, but out of everyone, I've probably casted the most games. She was like, what? And I was like, yeah, like I think it's like almost like it's not official because no one's sat down and counted, but like I think it would be very hard for anyone else to have casted more games in StarCraft 2 ever than me, right? Like I don't think this is really a question mark. I thought it was kind of a cool one to think about. We talked about this like a year or two ago, actually. I can't remember what for. But, yeah, like back in the days, obviously, base trade did a lot. But, been a few years since ZG was on the base trade TV grind, right? Certainly in English. You think someone might have more in another language? Honestly, some of the community casts in other languages that used to grind a lot. Yeah. Maybe like a Naruto or something. Hey, Roddy's close to me since he started in 2010. Yeah, but I also started in 2011. I mean, the thing is, it's like... Some of those are like, like Roddy's obviously casted for longer than me, but then... I mean, Roddy used to do long days for ESL as well. So maybe, but... I mean, I also... Like, for all the days that Roddy just streamed ladder, I also casted, like, 30 or 40 games a day, right? So that's what I mean. It's like, there's a lot of different factors to it. I mean, you got all the times back before anyone even watched me where I was casting 16-hour days, you know? That's why I think it's... Yeah, it'd be interesting if we could... I don't know how we could ever actually find out this stat, but it'd be interesting. I think the interesting thing about the top guys that were there for a long time is a lot of the top guys obviously did events, but at events you cast very little. And maybe like the ESL and the NASL stuff, because they had a studio and like 2 guys would cast like all the games or something from the studio. Those days would obviously be a lot of games, but... Yeah. Frankie Ducklings are catching up? Yeah, probably. Ducklings are on the grind. But they also joined in... They also have like a 8 or 9 year disadvantage. Unfortunately. When did I cast my first game? I think I casted my first game in like early 2012. See, you guys aren't counting all of the silver champions and the bronze, silver, and gold SCV rush tournaments I used to cast, you know. Am I observing? No, I'm on Indy's camera. Best caster you listened to doing replays was Husky. Throwbacks, man. I used to watch a lot of IPL. I used to love IPL. IPL was on at such a good time for me because it was on as I was going to bed. So it was like something I could watch as I was falling asleep. I used to love IPL. IPL was at such a great time. And IPL really had such a good format down as well. Like, this was before people even cared about replays. So like a bunch of their games were from replays, but it was just like you knew which matches were going to be on a certain night. And there was always matches, like, because they always just had massive brackets. There was loads of games going on. It was great. This mole trap. Yeah. So Pylon down here getting caught. I'm not, I haven't watched this game much, sorry guys. I'm yapping with chat. But we have had exciting 2v2 games here, and obviously this is a big one because, I mean, Team Hearthstone really just needed to win this. Like, MaxPax and Lambo need this map win so much, because if they lose this, their team's down 0-3 essentially in a best of 7. It's you're asking for a reverse all kill, but it's just it's so rough because it's been so close as well. Does it really count as casting a game when you're just yapping? Yeah, believe it or not, I get paid the same no matter what. Well, maybe not true, actually. Oracle drains the battery there. Does get pushed away, as we do see the Reapers are showing up on the low ground. Stalkers as well. Progression of Goblin UTHERMAL starting to hit. Lambo joining some Lings up. Where is MaxPax on this? Couple units on the way down. Lambo commits in initially. Trying to buy a couple of moments. Man, it's a lot of Reapers. It's a lot of Reapers. Trump has a lot of supplies still. He's just got a lot more Lings that are still producing through those Stalkers. Looking okay for the moment. Trying to, get involved. They put a Spore in the front, which is just going to mess with the AI a little bit. I like that. Also can zone out if the if anything kind of in the sky showed up as well. Can we defend this? The Queen and the Stork getting stuck on each other. Like I said, it'd be really nice just to keep this hatch alive. It is a third hatch. It's maybe not the most important. Zergs do want a third hatch faster, but they can survive without. No Stalker upgrades, so they're just going to be dead when they get surrounded. The Stasis Ward is going to catch, and that's going to be the saving grace for the Reapers. Oracle's trying to find their way in, as the Spore will be left to do the damage and the work there. At the same time, Oracle's on the other side of the map, and it's Goblin's mineral line that's going to come under fire as MaxPax gets the opportunity to get some kills. He's going to get a bunch of probes. The target fire wasn't amazing, honestly. It was a little bit kind of scattered and runs out of energy as well. But that is a big defense here so far. And 2 more Stalkers of Goblin get caught. Massive pick from Lambo. That's going to be a major catch right here. Try and finish off. Oh my god, they're actually gonna, can they finish the hatchery? No, the Stalkers show up. Oh my goodness, that got close. That hatchery is so low, and like I say, it's maybe not the end of the world if it goes down, but it's so nice if you just keep it alive. It just keeps you in such a good position if you keep it alive. Orbital, I'm going to come and fly through. Little tap here and there, a little bit of action coming about. Blink on the way, Stimmin comes +1 on the way. You'll see there's a couple of Oracles getting chased a little bit. So Goblin actually going to lose the Oracle to the Phoenix. As Lambo and MaxPax going to take the chance to be aggressive themselves. UTHERMAL has a lot of supply, and that's Stim Marines. That fight we want to take. I don't think the Lings can justify being there. I think the Stalkers are realizing the same thing. Lambo's probably going to need a Bane Nest and start a Bane Speed with that lair finishing to get us into something to really answer this Marine force. UTHERMAL's supply is very good right now. It is the highest in the game. Overall, we're talking about 160 supply to about 160 supply. It's actually pretty even if you add up the supplies across the board. There's that Baneling Nest, like I said, I think that's going to be extremely important. UTHERMAL is mostly on Marines here. Obviously, there is a tank in production. As you see, the Stalkers stepping up into the center. They fight over the Monster Energy logo. A little bit of damage being done. A couple of Marines and the Reapers going down. The Stalkers will continue to fight. Ling is going to try and run in again, looking for the mineral line here. And this is nice, just run bys to try and slow, especially UTHERMAL down, who's clearly kind of the advantage player in this game right now. Slowing him down a little bit, killing some SCVs, slowing that economy. Big deal, and it's going to be into the mineral line again. These Oracles come back. Goblin is bleeding, man. It really is going to be UTHERMAL with this game on his shoulders as MaxPax is just going to find so many probes. Goblin's economy is going to be gutted and gutted again. It's going to be absolutely weak, so it's kind of down to, again, UTHERMAL to take this game on his shoulders a little bit. We will lose one of those Oracles. The Phoenix getting the kill before the recall is successful. There's a little revelation as we do see the armor upgrade, the siege tank and Marines all continuing to push on through. A lot of Marines. I do think these Marines are still a problem. The stasis goes down. Lambo's going to have to get here to help. Man, UTHERMAL supply is a lot. I mean, these Banes are necessary. We're going to lose this base from Lambo. So That hatchery's obviously been in trouble this entire time. It's just the Stim Marines hold some power right now. LAMBO really could do with the Baneling speed specifically. It's a few seconds away. If they can just hold UTHERMAL there, this is probably okay. The Ling run by, putting some work in as well, starting to break in on that left-hand side. Like I say, the Stalker count is good. It's just Stalkers against pure Marines. Like, they're not made to fight like this. These armies are not made to fight pure Marines right now, which is basically the strength of this opposing army. There's the Baneling speed, though. They're going to get a little bit of creep spread from the left from the remains of that hatchery to help speed up the process, and we are going to jump on the tanks. They go down. We're going to drop to the main base, and LAMBO will have to give chase. That's not the main, it's the natural, but you get the idea. As the Stalkers can chase as well, and that is UTHERMAL's supply now plummeting. Is this the end of the road for Gob Thermal? They have been so good so far. Again, if they lose because their team hasn't lost yet, they actually pick which player gets eliminated. So they can pick whether it's Goblin or UTHERMAL that falls, and they can pick who comes in as the replacement, obviously, from their team as well. Spirit, Showtime, and the Laser, the players who sit on the other side or in the back line waiting to play on this Goblin and UTHERMAL team that have been Goblin and UTHERMAL carried so far. Maybe not any longer. Yeah, really just need to get that Bane speed, and not even the Bane speed, well, I guess the Bane speed, but really just the Banelings into play, mostly through the Bane speed, I guess. And that really was going to be the answer to those Marines, and that's just what we were waiting on. Once we got there, this game has been a hold, and MaxPax and LAMBO will continue on through. At least it seems that way. We're not going to kill them off just yet, but we're getting very close to it. LAMBO running around the top side, Stalkers chasing Stalkers on this bottom side. As the SCVs are going to pull in to try and be a wall for the Stalkers defensively. And I think UTHERMAL's still flying around with a bunch of teams. I'm not sure where he's fully focused. LAMBO's up on the high ground. His medevacs are being annoying, but they're running out of steam as well. And it does seem as though GG will be called. Team Hearthstone are going to get a win. They're finally going to step on the board, and they're finally going to disperse this team of Goblin and UTHERMAL. What a great opening squad that was. They took 2 players down. That's more than you need. If you just go 1 for 1 from here on out, you win the series, right? So, beautiful stuff. And it is now Team UTHERMAL, like I say. So what they have to do is they decide whether they scrap Goblin or they scrap UTHERMAL. One of those guys will be eliminated. The other will stay on and will then play against MaxPax and LAMBO. What's the series score now? 2-1? Yeah, so basically Team Hearthstone have lost 2 lives and Team UTHERMAL have lost 1 life. So Team Hearthstone have got basically 2 more players they can lose. MaxPax and then the LAMBO, then it would be LAMBO Hearthstone last. And then Team UTHERMAL have obviously a bit of wiggle room still, but like I say, 1 on the board for the Hearthstone squadron. Just wait for them to pick what the plan is going to be. Throw some ads up, guys, while we take a moment to pick our players. And I can host the map already, though, because the 4th series will be beginning on Rust Bucket. No, Rust Bucket's back. This map has seen so much play already. And can we see a team that doesn't just kind of die to the early aggression on Rust Bucket? It didn't seem to be as much of an issue the other day, but Goblin and UTHERMAL were really good at being aggressive today on Rust Bucket. They really took advantage of the map. What, he's now changing his name to Mr. Helen? Yes. That's exactly what's happening. Oh, Spirit comes out. But who's Spirit going to be playing with? Going to be our question. You'd imagine Spirit Goblin. Because then it's Terran Protoss, unless they're going to go for double Terran. That'd be kind of wild. I think... Well, Spirit has now left the lobby. Maybe it's still in discussion. Still up for debate. Say they can have a couple minutes to sort that out. It will be Spirit and it will be Goblin. Perfect. Alright. So it's going to be Spirit with Goblin coming through. Spirit has been a 2v2 god, man. He's extremely good. He consistently comes out and Yeah, he consistently comes out and plays very well in 2v2 events, so it is going to be Spirit Goblin versus MaxPax Lambo. Goblin just going to be on B a moment, no worries there. Get Spirit to go orange. And then we can get this ready to go. So Goblin BRB a couple minutes, Lambo needs to join the lobby, so we take a few moments. We get back on track in the 2v2 all kill today on the new maps thanks to the TLMC team event. Loving it. This format's been super fun. It's I mean, just honestly, the games have been very good, which obviously helps a lot. But yeah, been great games. Fun so far. We're 3 series deep. Obviously, the max series we could have today is 7. Because it's essentially a best of 7, right? When you eliminate a player, you essentially score a point. It's the same idea. You have to eliminate 4 players to win. So you can say one team loses 4 lives and they lose, or the other guys, you know, win 4 points and they win. Whichever way around you want to view it as. So, yeah, Team UTHERMAL, they got off to a great start. They're essentially 2-1 up in the best of 7 that's made up of best of 3s. And, yeah. We'll have MaxPax and Lambo obviously able to dethrone UTHERMAL and Goblin. Going to be able to come through in a couple of moments into this next matchup. Get this ready to go. Alright, so GG's getting called. Go's getting called. We're just missing Goblin. He was BRB, so take a moment and kick that off. Food. More important than food. If food's here, it means that Doggo's here. It's like, what's the dealio? What's up for grabs? We've not had Ellie Cam in a while, have we? Do you want some more space to sit down, Ellie? Yeah. There you go. Come sit down. Let's say Goblin's just BRB, so give it a few moments. I'm trying to give her a love, and she's like, no, I don't want a love, I want food. Sit. There you go. Alright, just waiting for Goblin, guys. Happy I'll be one moment. Best part of Ellie being here when I eat is that she can just be the entertainment while I eat. Like I said, we're not waiting on me, guys. We are waiting on Goblin. So, as soon as the players are ready, we can go. matches right now. Let's do it. Say bye, Ellie. Bye. Alright, it's going to be Rust Bucket from map number 1 of a fresh best of 3 here. And MaxPax and LAMBO get some momentum, and they would tie up this overall 2v2 all-kill thing if they were to win this series. So, it's not going to be easy. It's against Spirit and Goblin. They might once again have Spirit and Goblin maybe with some aggressive ideas on ways in which they can take advantage early of a map like Rust Bucket. Gas coming up, ranks coming through. No proxy action though, so nothing too crazy just yet to start this off. A little bit of patrolling around with the probe, a little bit of blocking. Spirit can take an in-base for now. And let's see where Spirit and Goblin can take this. So obviously from here on out, if Spirit and Goblin lose, Goblin will be the player eliminated because he's already lost 1 life with that loss as when he was teamed up with UTHERMAL. Take a few moments. See where this one is going to start going. Wonder if we're going to see some Phoenix feeding. Target on both sides currently. A little bit of adept action there. I still see the link speed coming up. Oracle on the way. So it won't be Phoenix on Phoenix. See Spirit just building Hellions right now. If he just continues to crank Hellions, he could send the gas over to Goblin for more Phoenix as a possibility. So Overlord Scout getting some ideas of what's up. And there's the second Stargate from MaxPax, so we are going to play Phoenix versus Phoenix. Yeah, Spirit just sent all of his gas to Goblin. There's no way it's gone anywhere else. And LAMBO is going to be doing the same, it seems. So we're going to see Phoenix on Phoenix. It's PvP on crack, because everyone has a teammate to mine money to empower the Stargates. This is scary, the Hellions here. Oracle kind of needs some energy. And I'm going to make a few lings, but they're going to have to just try and help out against the... Yeah, try and help out against the Hellions a bit. He's getting a good lift, going to get a good second lift. And those Hellions, ooh, nice little jive. He's going to be able to get away. Oh, you could have had that Hellion. Didn't quite grab it though. Fast fleet beacon from MaxPax. It's going to be important that he doesn't just have Phoenix, right? Because you see Spirit starting to build Cyclone and Marines. He's starting to get some units to help. We know the Marines are going to do good against just Lings, which is what, you know, Lambo's ended up on a bunch of times so far. Let's see what happens. What is the format? So a little bit of a format refresher. Can you send out any two-player combo? The way it works is that your first two players can be anyone on your team. When you lose a best of 3, one of your players gets eliminated. So one player gets eliminated and the other stays on. Now, for the first best of 3, you can pick which player gets eliminated if you lose. And then, so you lose one player, you send out another. When you lose another best of 3, the player that gets eliminated is the player that has then lost twice. And then, whichever team cannot field a 2v2 team anymore, because they lost too many players, is the one that gets a loss. The other team wins. There's a lot of Phoenix on the way. Lambo got the infestation pit down. I like that. I like the possibilities of support that kind of come from that infestation pit, actually, more than anything else. I really feel like that opens the door for some possibility here. Phoenix just gathered together. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix still gathering up overhead. Stim and 1-1 upgrades coming through. So the Spirit's starting to get to that Bioforce is going to be powerful. Wouldn't mind that. Hits the Oracle. 19 Phoenix each. MaxPax bullying his way into position with the Phoenix. Feeling as though he might be able to do something. Does have the Pulse Crystals in the Phoenix range already then. But not quite going to find a way to use it just yet. MaxPax seeing where this game is going. He does make the switch into carriers and the mothership. Very powerful. Absolutely the correct idea as well, I think. Mothership and carrier is going to make your army much stronger, and it gives you much more of an answer against the Terran Force. I do feel like a lot of this game is going to come into the air armies, though, and I do like the Ghosts, because they're not just going to be good against the Protoss forces, but also against the Zerg spellcasters. I look to try and support here from Lambo over time. Phoenix gather, gonna get a Ling. I want to say my main concern is that Goblin is so far behind on the switch toward carriers. And he's not even that far ahead on Phoenix. And this Lambo just cranks out the 2-2 upgrades, the Baneling speed, the Ultra Cavern. The Slinger and just going to get rid of the couple units on the ground. There's a lot of Marines out from Spirit, not really seeing them show up anywhere just yet. Scanning out into the center, the Phoenix is still going to be there. The Ling's going to show up on that left-hand side, looking to jump on the Nexus again. A couple of Ghosts and Marines all stepping through. Cyclone locking on, a couple of Lings getting knocked away at. This is an army of Lambo that obviously just still looks for the run-bys. Oh, this is great, though. Baling's getting in. SCV's getting hurt. Spirit going to take quite a bit of eco damage there. Obviously, some bio units will come across to defend eventually. But it's little plays like that that are going to keep Spirit very honest and keep Lambo being effective with the units that he has. Wouldn't mind catching the Ling. The Lings do get the Nexus again. Trying to keep Goblin away. You can see that MaxPax and LAMBO are just out-expanding Spirit and Goblin, so really putting themselves into better and better places. With all the spellcasters and now Ultras coming up as well, I really like where this is looking for MaxPax and LAMBO. To me, they've played themselves into a way better position. And the Lingering is just running by, cancelling the base, keeping Goblin back a bit. Great as well. No commitment just yet in the air army of MaxPax, but honestly, soon. I mean, I think he's ready to fight if he wants to. Maybe just wait for some spellcasters to join in as well. Bungles and Parasitic Bombs obviously very dangerous against these air units. Phoenix gonna fight. Time Bomb goes down. Splitting away. The EMPs already came down again. That's a very powerful factor. Massive Ling run by though. Okay. The Lings are just doing crazy stuff, but they need to be able to defend this army. Lambo's morphing Banes, needs these Ultras to show up. He's got an Infestor dropping a big fungal growth in the back portion of this already. Now the EMP comes down. Have we won the air battle? Goblin and MaxPax are on a very similar supply right now. MaxPax running back. He's making purely Phoenix at the moment. Losing Phoenix as they spawn though because they're in the main base. Lambo's going to go fully counter-attack mode. I think they're okay. Lambo starts Aspire because right now the only real threat is going to be is if that air army of Goblins survives through. MaxPax is going to be on no production though. He's already starting to rebuild Stargates. There's still a bit of bio left there as well. Like I say, the run by of Lambo has been so successful that Goblin and Spirit should still be dead to reinforcements here, but actually got very close. Ultra's going to get through. He's going to be having the army here. You see the Phoenix just fighting, you know, without the other units being there, and they're going to chase. The Medevac's going down. It's a disaster. Spirit loses everything. He's on 11 supply, and now it's Goblin's army versus the world, and that just ain't going to do it. And Lambo really picked them apart with the run-bys. Obviously, Goblin and Spirit just decided to commit, but I think a lot of that is they were very much so forced to. But they were just stuck getting hit by Lambo every single time they looked to do anything. Full game one. These guys continue to deliver in the 2v2s as the Phoenix continue to build. The +3 air weapons coming up. A couple of spores, infestation pit, spawning pool, and the +3 carapace all on the way out. We will see ourselves kicking through a bunch of drones over here. There are the Phoenix showing up. It's going to be seeing the carrier going down. Parasitic Bombs are going to help with that, but this is obviously Goblin with no reinforcements for a long time. Just going to get outnumbered. All the carriers drop, the Phoenix drop. With 40 supply between them, it's probably time for Spirit and Goblin to head on over to game number 2. GG gets called. Goblin taps out. Spirit will GG as well. And the opening game goes to MaxPax and Lambo, who are starting to look like a formidable combination. They've been doing very well so far. They just needed Lambo's brains to enter the arena, and it's started to all turn around that little bit. All right. Game 2 will come up in a second, guys. I'll get this up and ready to go. And our second map will be underway in a moment. Oh, yeah, I have to copy paste the maps for them. 1 second goes. Alright, I'm just going to throw a break screen on. I'm going to grab a couple bites of my lunch, and then we'll come back and cast game number 2 of the series. Welcome back, welcome back. Made it. Jeez. Alright, Toha Industries coming up here for map number 2. In the top right side will be MaxPax and LAMBO with another map win. Like I say, some momentum getting under their feet right now. Some wind in their sails. Can they win the first series today? That would not be a 2-1. Can they get a 2-0 here? Or will Spirit and LAMBO stop them and force a game 3 once again? Had a bunch of game 3s already, of course. Chronoburst on the Nexus as we get set up. Barracks going down, Refinery on the way. Just gonna see a gateway coming up as well right here. Just getting settled as the hatch gas and pool. Will not be a hatch gas and pool because it's a gas pool, no hatchery. A bit of a block. Yeah, Goblin blocking both expansions so far. Annoying stuff. Is LAMBO gonna take the low ground? Looks like he will. A bit of a frustrating start then, as you just see the gates coming online, the barracks on the way up. Just take a few moments to get ourselves settled to this one. So getting that Cybercore both coming through. I'm just going to see the lane speed, a couple of lings, the Queen all building by as well. That probe continues to scout about into the base for a little while. And the probe is just going to check up into the main, so everyone's just scouting, figuring out. There's double gate from MaxPax, and he is getting 2 Stalkers en route. Remember, it was gas pool from LAMBO, so faster ling speed and maybe some aggression with the lings. He's making a few more of them, so maybe there's a bit of a Ling Stalker attack planned here on a map where, yeah, I mean, there's a pylon across the map as well, so it looks like we're sending it a little bit right now. The commitment from LAMBO and MaxPax is going to be mass Ling with Stalkers. Very powerful that the Lings can obviously be in front and really surround a lot of stuff early, give the Stalkers the chance to be very safe and be the power behind it all, and be the damage dealers. Nexus coming up on the low ground. Bunker about to finish. And then the gateway just coming up. And I just don't know if we know about it yet as Spirit and Goblin. I don't know if we're aware of what's happening just now. Yeah, there's a battery. Obviously, the bunker was a very safe play as well. I mean, they do kind of know that there's no expand from the from MaxPax. Stalker's just going to start poking and get some damage done. The one thing you got to be careful of is where you run the lings to. You don't want them to be hit from the bunker for free. I like this. Just putting them on the Nexus, right? It already applies pressure. Kind of forces you to step over toward this direction, and most importantly, it makes you step away from the bunker. So you're stepping away from the defense on from one of the players, and obviously you do feel like you want to save this Nexus, otherwise you're already kind of, invested into a base that then will never do anything for you. And the tank on the high ground is a big deal. It may just be about the Stalkers for now. Battery is already going to be targeted down. You've got to get rid of the battery because obviously energy overcharge exists, so even though it's out of energy, you don't really want to leave that standing here. Got the Marines stepping too far forward. The Lings, again, they got to be very careful with where they commit because of the siege tank. It makes this kind of awkward because LAMBO probably feels like right now he's not able to add much. Expansion coming up from MaxPax, and we do see drones from LAMBO, so they're starting to look to the transition for this. That next tank very far forward as well. Can the Stalkers sit and reach this Nexus and continue to take this down? I think getting rid of this Nexus is very important, and they're going to go for it. Force field comes down, keep the Marines back. The Lings can commit if they want to. They're going to go for the siege tank, and they are going to get it. So the tank goes down, the Nexus falls, and we're actually going to step forward and go for another couple of units here with the Stalker count looking so good at the moment for MaxPax. It's a free sentry as Goblin lets that trail forward just a little bit. And it is a Goblin that obviously takes a big shot. Now we're re-expanding, but the expansion of MaxPax is finished. And look at this, the tech is even just ahead from MaxPax too. His Twilight counter finishing while Goblins is 15 seconds behind. It's just another statement of that this opening has done wonders so far. The Lings kind of commit through, I'm not sure about it. Maybe we just look for the, give up the Lings and get a cancel on the Nexus again. Perfect. Keep Goblin as low on supply for as long as possible, as low on economy as you can for as long as possible as well. Genuinely going to be a big positive for you. Again, a couple of barracks coming up. The command center coming through. Dark Shrine in the Nexus getting built up here. You have Blink on the way. The Forge and the Probes building as well. Roach, Roaring, Lair continue to come online for a few moments. Between Fire and Hallucination taking a couple of shots. Still got that Blink coming in. It's just going to be finishing soon. Lair and the double Evo Chamber still coming up. Hallucination fades. Look at the supplies. I mean, 71 to 46 between the Protoss players. Obviously, Goblin has been the target of attacks, but it's not like Spirit didn't catch strays, right? Like, he's trying to defend. He lost a couple of his tanks. Lost quite a few of his Marines. He's obviously the stronger player in the game, and I do worry a little bit about the setup they're going to have to be able to deal with Marines stimming about, but Lambo's looking as though he's going to follow up onto Roaches, so a little bit more of a sturdier comp from him, where in the previous games we've seen the Stim Marines just able to really deal with Lings, and then the Stalkers aren't really set to deal with that amount of Marines just yet, so I just think the Roaches might just kind of answer the complaints or the problem that I'm kind of foreseeing. Orbital flying out down toward the low ground here. Zergling just going to patrol. Charge and the +1 both coming up. 1-1 upgrades, Roach speed, a little bit of everything still coming through. The Stalkers take a chance to step forward. We'll see the tank trying to siege. I mean, we're just going to go straight after the tank, right? Already pulled back nicely with a couple of the Herd Stalkers. Loses 1 or 2, but man, it's worth it. Because this third base can just not land, and now you've got the only single tank in the back. Lambo's just not here yet, but he doesn't need to be. You know, MaxPax can control this engagement and blink away as he needs to. Blink's just been so much faster. There is Shadow Strike coming up from Goblin, which I kind of low-key love. You know what, like, you're definitely in trouble. You're definitely in a weird place. Playing something like DT Blink and DTs is the sort of thing that brings you back into a game. Just playing Stalkers, I mean, obviously you can just play Stalkers and play with your teammate and just hope you can take good fights together. But I actually think I always like the DT Blink that a little more. Is just more of an opportunity. Right now it's all MaxPax, as Lambo does come around and starts to get a little bit aggressive, but obviously Lambo's army just taking a little bit longer to set up. MaxPax has been set for these Stalkers for a while. He obviously opened with the Stalkers too, making a big bit of difference at the moment as our Marines gather up once more. Let's do attack, charge, Robo-Bay and Gateways all continue to produce into play. Again, 1-1 in the combat shield coming online as well. Marines will just gather out the front, Stalkers settling down the bottom side. See a few Stalkers firing away, a couple of Stalkers taking some shots in return, just for now. Stalkers warping in, the Marines are going to step over. Ooh, going to get there, and this is exactly what we were talking about before, where you see one player kind of getting a bit overwhelmed by the Stim Marines, but then look at this, the Roach Ravager swings in on the other side. Lambo once again kind of hitting the opposing base, which is good because you're knocking all the tanks down. Then all you have to do over here is find a defense, and obviously you can give up a base or two in that process because you're going to get so much damage done with the Roach Ravager on the other side of the map as well, as long as Lambo's calculated this correctly and he isn't going to get stopped head first without anything happening. Stalkers in the way of the Roaches currently, as we do try and chase in with the Stalkers as well. MaxPax will lose his third base, but I think Lambo is just becoming the powerhouse in this game. We're going to recall. It's actually a cool possibility in terms of what that means, but it's only going to be one player that can recall. You can't recall the Marines still, so maybe this repositioning can give Spirit and Goblin a chance. It does not feel good right now. Roach Ravager takes a chance, goes after the pylon. Stalker's going to swing back around. Marines are going to get there. We come in from two sides. Just going to see those Roaches get caught. MaxPax trying to capitalize and get something out of this. Lambo just lose a bit of supply there. By the end of the day, Lambo's 155 and MaxPax 102, combining up for about 160 supply. Spirit and Goblin are 113 and 70 for 180 in total. So you can kind of see almost 100 supply difference between these two teams. And it's definitely going to try. I love the Burrow as well. Just a cool way to get harassment done In team games where chaos is oftentimes key, harassment like this is just amazing. Then you've got DTs showing up from MaxPax. They are just so well controlled in this game because they just got off to a great start. The opening was great, the momentum was there, and they are capitalizing on every single way, doing all of the right things to keep themselves in this. This looks as though Goblin is going to come crashing down to earth after they helped to take 2 players down from Harstem's team originally. MaxPax and Lambo have been the combo they needed to really get on the board and get going. And it's going to tie the series up. If they win this game, this overall 2v2 all-kill mode is tied. Both teams will have lost 2 players, 2 lives. And it'll be all tied up heading into a 5th best of 3. And then obviously it is, no one's going to be on kind of the winning mode just yet. We're going to be guaranteed at least 6, which is awesome. We love to hear that. Stalkers and the Zell still trying to get active. Obviously the Roach is coming in from the other side. We're really getting to the point where there's just a bit too much. I love this Colossus as well. As long as it doesn't get blinked on by the Stalkers, it's going to shred Marines. Good positioning from Spirit. He moves to the top, gets away from the Colossus. Now the Roaches here will deal with the DTs, though, as realistically, Goblin's just not getting enough done with them. 30 supply in the game. GG's are called. It's MaxPax and Lambo for the first 2-0 of the day as well. It's been 2-1s up until now, but that's a 2-0. And MaxPax and Lambo have definitely got some synergy. They are working well together. They're bringing out a whole bunch of different builds. Some Stargate-focused builds, some aggressive builds as well. Loving the mix-ups. They're keeping it very fresh. And that puts us at 2-2 in this series. So, I mean, this is a great question. Do you send out Spirit? Do you send out Showtime to join Spirit? Because Goblin is the player that must leave because he's now lost 2 series. Spirit stays out. Do you go Spirit Showtime or Spirit a laser? And the question is, if you go Spirit Showtime, your final 2v2 combo would be Showtime a laser. I guess it's Showtime a laser no matter what in the end, actually. So it's really, who do you want to give a chance and give a life with Spirit? Showtime Spirit 100%, says Harstem. That's a big move. If they go the other way, then, you know, going to see really a question between the team captains. 2 team captains, opposite sides. But you guys are expecting Showtime Spirit. I mean, it makes sense. They played the 2v2 the other day. They won the 2v2 Open Cup the other day. Showtime and Spirit together. Unless my memory's terrible. Yep, they won it the other day, so... They actually 3-0'd Goblin and UTHERMAL in the semi-finals, which is, considering Goblin and UTHERMAL have had such a good day today, maybe says something. Also, they took down 3-2 in an epic fashion the Harstem Lambo combo in the finals. Crazy business. Alright. Wait to see the confirmation of that, but we will also just get ourselves hosted, because I actually know what the map's going to be. It's going to be Toha Industries to start us off. So we come out of Toha, we go into Toha. I think the least played map today has been... What has been the least played map? New Bed of Chaos and Purple Rain have both not been picked, so we're probably going to go into New Bed of Chaos for map 1 of the series after. And Purple Rain first map of the ace match if needed. That might change if it gets picked in this series, so... Give it a moment or two. Spirit joins the lobby. We knew he was going to be here. No surprise there. Indy joins the lobby. Well, he's just casting, so no surprise there. Hey, what's up, Ghostface? Thank you so much for the 51-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting. There it is. Showtime joins the lobby. It is going to be Showtime and Spirit. Another Terran Protoss combo. Taking on the Lambo MaxPax combo, which have had great synergy so far. But Showtime and Spirit, obviously, like I say, they won that 2v2 the other day. These were the first picks from UTHERMAL as well in the draft that we did. It was a very short draft, but Harstem went MaxPax, UTHERMAL went Spirit Showtime, Harstem went Lambo and Nicorakt, UTHERMAL took Goblin and Laser, and Wayne ended up with Harstem. So, yeah. This is arguably the combo that you aimed for right off the bat. And the Laser will sit as the final player if Spirit and Showtime should fall. Remember that it's now essentially 2-2 in a best of 7. So the winner of this series needs to win one more series and the tournament's over. If they both go kind of trading matches over the next 2 series, we go to the ace match essentially. I'm kind of happy, man. We're going to get at least 6 best of 3s out of this. It's been turned into a pretty darn fun event. MaxPax joins the lobby. If Lambo and MaxPax are ready and Spirit and Showtime are ready, we can obviously go. Again, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you all. Yeah, thank you for subbing up, guys. Thank you for supporting. If you're enjoying the tournaments and the games, it goes a long way to helping us to produce more of them. So do not forget to support and subscribe and Prime us up and everything else. So we're just waiting for the players to ready. Hello, and ready is called from MaxPax. Waiting for Spirit and Showtime to give us some signs of life in the lobby, and we will be able to go, go, go. Go, go, GLHF, go, go! No word from Showtime, but I presume Spirit speaks for him as we head into Toha Industries again. It's a back-to-back Toha Industries. Again, for the first 5 series, well, for all the series, the first map of the best of 3 is preset. Obviously, we've just been running through them in alphabetical order so far, if you picked up on that. Which is why we get back-to-back Tohas, because it was just the second map in that last series was a loser's pick, and it is the first map here on this one. Definitely seen Purple Rain and New Better Chaos then not getting as much love. They've not been picked as losers picks, which arguably as well is kind of expected. If you do have, you know, a couple of maps where people are just more comfortable on, they're typically going to be the maps that get loser picked a lot, and that's kind of what's been happening. So we're getting a good idea of that part of it at least. Like I say, we will get one of New Bed of Chaos or Purple Rain for map 1 of the next series, so that will happen. They won't pick him, we'll force him, you know? Smart. Big brain. Big brain. Alright, so we settle in, and we see whether LAMBO and MaxPax can keep that momentum, you know, with them. They've been really, really good so far today. Can they keep that up? Couple nibbles, a little bit of movement early, nothing too crazy just yet as we get settled down. Kings and queens on the way up. Nexus building. Just gonna see the factory coming through. Continues to push about. A few drones transfer. Again, link speed, queens. A little bit of everything. Building for now. Nothing too wild. Getting ourselves settled in here is very peaceful openings. Twilight Council are going to come down from MaxPax. Showtime going to opt for the Stargate, so we are going to see a difference between the Protoss players already. Obviously, both these teams have showed comfort in kind of feeding the Protoss players as well. Spirit has been feeding Goblin a bit in that last one. MaxPax has definitely been fed by LAMBO a bit in some of these games. So we have seen a little bit of that continuing through and just taking place. Well, Hellions, they're going to go after that Adept. 2 Adepts are going to come shading forward as well. Looking for some opportunity. Hellions do some damage. Stargate still building up. Probes the Adept and everything else continue to come by. Just for the moment. That's going to force the probes of MaxPax to run, so Showtime gets in, gets a little bit of damage done. We'll actually see the Robo facility coming down as well, so some information that we get there right off the bat. Just floating back a little bit, the Hellions are going to be there, a couple drones going down, so Spirit and Showtime nabbing a few workers early, getting themselves with a little bit of an edge. 4 drones and 3 probes lost, and obviously they've not lost anything in comparison yet, so getting a good start from our red and orange team here so far. Things want to get in after those Adepts will not quite be able to. And we just have the Hellions joining together still. Jumping onto that Queen for a few moments. Queen going to drop pretty quickly. The Hellions decisive on that one. You'll see the Oracle just sitting over here. The Stalker's going to step through. Like I say, it's been a lot of feisty aggression and harassment that's definitely been delivering so far. Can LAMBO and MaxPax get behind that? Can they get past it and get a little bit kind of settled here as the Hellions will join? And it's fighting a few Lings going down. The Stalkers will clean this up, so that is going to be a cleanup. But again, what is the cost we're paying for here? 12 probes and now 7 drones have gone down in the game. So obviously some pretty crazy damage when you're adding it all up. Favoring Showtime and Spirit. So Showtime and Spirit get into a very good position there. Blink still coming through. Stalker and the gates coming online. So while Stalker's pushing that upper right-hand side, they're going to start poking up. SCV goes down immediately. There's the additional Stalker just being added on. A little bit of Stalker fighting coming through. First, I'm going to warp in one more Stalker then. We are going to see everything gathering, ready to still push into position. A couple of things getting caught on the stasis ward. Stalker's going to fight. Again, Stim and Combat Shield all on the way by as well. And LAMBO and MaxPax truly push in. I don't think so. I don't think they have enough power behind them to go pushing in. Showtime's finally going to play catch-up on that Blink as well, so he already has the 2 Oracle advantage, and now he'll have Blink to even out the tech. I don't think you do anything here, and that maybe just makes it, excuse me, sorry. Maybe makes it a little bit, too difficult. Like this, though, a little bit harassed. I mean, we need to do something here. MaxPax and LAMBO are trailing. If you can't get an attack into the front, you need to be attacking in somewhere and getting something done or taking advantage at home. So they get a few workers. They do map control. Map control is one thing as well. LAMBO's been very good at running by in the previous games. I wonder if Spirit's going to try and focus a little bit on making sure that doesn't happen. The Stasis Ward is definitely going to help with that too. LAMBO really dominated some of the previous maps with those run-bys, so if you can kind of take the strength of that away a little bit, you may take away the strength of this LAMBO-MaxPax combo. Especially in a game where they're looking for ways back in, and run-bys would definitely be one of those too. Would not hate to see that being, or becoming a little bit of a priority here, realistically. Stalkers wanting the Prism, not quite going to get there. The Marines will come in from the other side. They're going to get the Stalkers though, and MaxPax will not be able to evacuate those. That will be the end of that one. Just moving about, a few Stalkers collecting together for a few moments. Just gonna have ourselves a little bit of a fight breaking through. The Stalkers and the Lings pulling back for a little while. Stays onto the high ground. A couple of Oracles coming back around as well. We'll take the position there a little bit, so you just have the Lings running back down to the bottom. We are going to take this fight here, but I mean, LAMBO's running Lings in just to try and tank it. I don't think MaxPax has enough to make a difference. That Archon's a hallucination as well. Making a pretty good go of it. And probably better for these guys than we thought it would. And still Spirit and Showtime comfortably ahead supply-wise coming out of this, though. Storm coming about, the Lane Bane still coming over, just gonna get that +2 carapace building through as well. A few extra Banes still building on in for a little bit of time. We've seen the few going to run up, going to go after the pylon, go after the Nexus. The few bio units going to come across as well. The Lings do escape out of there, so they're going to push away for now as well. This Medivac's going to get right up the top. 2-2 upgrades coming about. +2 coming around. Ling Bane coming on over. +2 Carapace halfway done. We get the Hive started. Infesta in production as well. You see the few Lings getting caught in the stasis waters. The Ling Bane wants to take a chance to jump on towards this Nexus. I mean, this is where LAMBO succeeded in previous games, right? Hitting those run-bys and bringing them back into the game with that. I mean, MaxPax has Storm as well, so you could argue maybe if you can kind of buy time with that Storm and keep things back and LAMBO gets work around the map, that might be a combo that can maybe bring you back in this game. LAMBO doing work clear up the drop as well. The Lings have to run away from that top side. And SHOWTIME gets right back to rebuilding his 4th base. Female Bane lanes get settled. Going to rally around a little bit. We will see the Infesta joining up as well. The 2-2 upgrades all on the way in. The few additional ghosts coming about. Stalker's Blink. Just going to get a Stalker and an Archon, taking a few shots of damage. And Templar stepping around as well. Just going to see the couple of Zealots will make a play onto the command center. I mean, I like it. You know, MaxPax and LAMBO are behind, and they're doing everything they can to potentially bring it back. I actually wonder if comparing supplies is not going to be too accurate here as well, because, you know, MaxPax has Storm. So you compare the supply of MaxPax to SHOWTIME, it's not great, but then MaxPax has arguably a better army at this point, maybe for the longer term. Especially being able to storm the bio army would be, you know, a pretty big deal. Bane's come straight over. The Marines get cleaned up. The army down to the bottom side from SHOWTIME as well. Three upgrades on the way on the Evolution Chambers. Those are a couple of Storms coming straight down. The Zealots and MaxPax getting caught up a little bit. LAMBO is again right up to the top of the map. Don't know if he's looking for a run-by or if he wants to just come in for a surround. Good EMP. He's going to hit that high tempo before he does much. Infestas surely need to do something. LAMBO just was not watching, does not get the Fungals down. Kind of felt like we needed some of that. We're trying to come in from the other side. Oh my god, the Storms could be massive there, and they do continue to come through pretty heavily. Obviously, the Protoss army of SHOWTIME trying to tank some of those Storms, because that's the army that's not going to care as much about being stormed compared to Spirits. On the top side, there is going to be successful harassment there. Spirit and SHOWTIME taking the base down. And LAMBO is going to start drilling a little bit. That's a massive stasis ward. We do force the Medivacs to lift up and back away. So we force it back. Came at a pretty hefty price for the most part, though. The bases of LAMBO still in trouble, still going down, dropping the main base. It's these kind of straggling units that you're going to really kind of, you know, have issues with, basically. The 3-3 still building on the engineering base. The Marine Marauder coming up. Medivac's building through. Those Lings are going to go wrap around the Zelda Archon. It's going to be a pretty good catch. A lot of those units are going to end up in a lot of trouble. The Ling is still trying to run through. The Ling Bane really is just going to chase and probably look like it's going to have a very good time. We really whack our way through this. And I think it's going to be... I mean, it's a good attempt. But LAMBO's sub 100 supply... I mean, SHOWTIME's supply is not great. I think the Terran army is just a little bit too good as well, though, is the problem. And also, MaxPax is fully focused over here. Spirit is going to go through all of their bases on the other side of the map, so there's going to be no reinforcements really able to come through or anything. I think MaxPax and LAMBO are probably out of this one. It's been a good run for them so far, and obviously it's not over because it's just map 1. But this Dream Team is going to see its first bit of adversity. They dropped a map earlier, but they've never been behind in this series. They dropped a map after winning the first, so... we'll see if they can rebound. Is this going to be their map pick as well? So they can choose which battlefield we play on. Between Gem Garden, New Better Chaos, Purple Rain, and Rust Bucket. I don't think it'll be Rust Bucket because I don't think they can capitalize on that map as much. Gem Garden, maybe. What did they pick before when they lost? Because they were down... they picked Toha Industries, and we just played Toha Industries, so... yeah, it's actually going to be an interesting choice from them. to go, go, go. Do, 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 do. Ba, da, ba, da, ba. I guess, like I say, just take a few moments, get set up to go, go, go. That's a nice game. We had a lot of nice games today. The games have been great in this event. It's been a lot of fun. Once we get the end of this best of 3 and at least one more still to come, so it's been has been fun. To say the least. Waiting for the map pick here. Gem Garden. Yeah, Gem Garden seems to be another of the popular picks, so. We'll all be down, and we'll be a moment or two to get this up and running. Into game number 2 of Showtime Spirit versus LAMBO and MaxPax. Is it dark in the studio? 40? No. Does it look dark in here? I have lights on. Go GLHF. And ready in GLHF. And ready. Perfect. That's all we need to hear. Let's go into game 2 and see if MaxPax and LAMBO will fight back. Game number 2. In the top left, they will be the team that's down 1-0. MaxPax and LAMBO really got bullied early by that opening harassment. They just lost a bunch of workers. Didn't even lose too many. They were just getting nothing out of it in return. I think the game slowly snowballed from there. Like I say, it wasn't so disastrous. It was completely game-ending, because they obviously stayed in the game a long time from that point on, but it was very difficult to dislodge the advantage that Showtime and Spirit had built up from that point, and they played a very solid outro to that game. Let's get up and rolling, so see what we're gonna do. Let's see what happens. Again, if MaxPax and LAMBO lose this, Harstem is the final player standing for their team. So it would be a Harstem-LAMBO final series. Does anyone know when the new patch is released? Probably not for a while. It's just on PTR right now. Can't imagine it's going to be out anytime soon. What's up, Malo Patino? Oh, he just murdered your name. Fellow Perito. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thank you, Wardy, for all the things you do to keep this game and the community alive. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate it. The Prime goes a long way to allowing us to keep on paying the bills, to keep on casting. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chasing a probe. It's going to be seen the Twilight Council in production from Showtime. Match and the circling speed continue to come through for the moment as well. And Stargate really not far. We're finishing just about halfway done. Just moves through. The blink coming up, the warp gate coming down. It's going to be seen in the command center. SCVs, Cyclone continue to come about. Stalk going to poke at the Overlord. And we just got that blink coming through. Robo facility coming online. And the Adept there is going to get the SCV in the next couple of moments as well. It's just going to be able to go straight after that. The SCV will go down, the refinery just shy of being completed. Cycling back up into the high ground there. It's a lot of gates, so Showtime is getting the the Blink Stalker feed. We saw this one a bit earlier as well with UTHERMAL and Goblins, so it's the massive Blink Stalker. I mean, you can see what's coming up from MaxPax or the Phoenix, but I think that I can imagine the Masked Stalker gateway play is going to be a bit of a counter to that. Lambo's getting a melee upgrade, but no idea if he's going to intend to build Lings anytime soon. Again, 2 Phoenix at once. It's all well and good until you get hit with 12 gates of Stalkers. And that's a lot of gates of Stalkers coming up right now. So again, this is because Spirit is giving Showtime all the money to basically fund this. So they are a one-man army right now. It is Showtime versus the world, with Spirit just going to crank SCVs and kind of crank economy into Showtime for him to be able to afford all of these gates and all of these Stalkers. Phoenix looking for the chance to get into the main, just going to get a few shots off SCVs. Will become susceptible to attack right here, so a few of those already going down. There's the Lings and the Banes coming up as the Bane Nest will be done soon from Lambo, but there's mostly going to be Lings that he needs. He needs something that can fight against Stalkers, right? The Phoenix, what can they do? They could get the Prism. If they shot down the Prism and stopped the warping point, it would help. Not saying it's going to be enough, but it would definitely be a step in the right direction. Then obviously the Phoenix can lift a little bit too. They see how many Stalkers there are with those Lings as well, so they definitely know what's up now. Can we pull off a defense here? Bane Nest about to be done. I'm still not sure if we really want to make Banes. I think Lings, more Lings the better right now. Banes are probably not even going to get much of a chance to connect. Banes are nice in case Spirit was building anything. Melee upgrade's nice too. Again, it's just going to be Showtime with so much stuff. And as MaxPax has the Phoenix count looking good. Like I say, sniping the Prism would be massive if we get that chance, but, you know, realistically, one of Showtime's priorities here is to just keep the Prism as safe as possible. Still 3 Phoenix at a time. And a lot of those coming up. Lings, Overlords, Queen. Seeing to build through as well. It's just bringing a lot of that into play. Charge building on the Twilight Council as well. Stalker stepping through. Hatcher taking damage. Stalker shots coming straight by. And then gathering, the Phoenix just join up. We're not going to see the Stalker's able to get through for a hatch. And coming back around that bottom side, but being held off for the moment. Phoenix still going to be there. Homes and the Zealots gathering about. Stalker setting up. The 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield continue to settle through. Ling's going to regather up towards the top. Well, altogether, this has been a defense. You can see that the supply will favor MaxPax and LAMBO. We're going to get lifted, a bunch of those SCVs going down, so Phoenix getting busy already. The Stalker still getting after it, and just have a couple of barracks coming through. The 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield coming about, extra barracks, the armory coming up. We're still trying to run forward. A couple of Widow Mines getting knocked away out as well. It's a very interesting game to try and call at the moment, because obviously so much investment went into Showtime early that now that the game kind of continues through. I mean, this is a problem too, that all of these Phoenix can now just go and mass harass you. There's not a good answer to Phoenix, realistically. Marine Stalker is a good answer, but we're also at the point where there's more than just Phoenix on the map, so even just attacking into this, the Phoenix can get a lot of lifts off and create issues. And LAMBO and MaxPax put themselves in a good place. Again, Showtime's the leading supply player in the game, but Spirit is by far and away the lowest supply in the game. So as a team, like I say, they're even up to what, about 235, 240 supply or so. You know, in comparison, it's 270, 280. And counting from on the side of LAMBO and MaxPax, so definitely a difference there right off the bat. Stalker Archon gathering to the Roach Roar and the Hive. Building in, LAMBO even going to get some tech options available to him. Some of the spellcasters to be brought in. Some Vipers, for example, could be amazing too. Especially as you get to the point where it's just about kind of clearing up one army. Spellcasters definitely help with that, so might not get much time though, because there's armies here right now. Hey, the Archons are huge as well, because the Phoenix can't really do much against the Archons. It's the one unit you don't have really an aid against right now. Spirit's building a few Marines, but he doesn't have much. He's got some Medivacs and Marines on the map, and that's about it. You can see LAMBO trying to counterattack on the mini-map as well. You see those Phoenix trying to get a catch or two where possible. There's the counter, and like I say, it's been a good attack around this left side. LAMBO loses a third base, so Showtime, really able to get through a base or two there is huge, and LAMBO's going to be hurting. When it comes down to MaxPax Showtime, I do like Showtime's army more in a straight-up fight. Right now, there's still some support there. Again, a Tempest out as well, so we're slowly getting to a better army as MaxPax. It's just about what we can get done. Nice little attempt to recall. Not sure it's going to save much, though, as the Lings of LAMBO again continue to cause chaos and continue to focus on counterattack and really just trying to swing through and make this as equal a scenario as possible, right? Right now, your real goal here is if you can, especially if you can take Spirit out of the game as you are being taken out of the game yourself, you kind of leave MaxPax to PvP against Showtime, which I think we like overall, if we can make the adjustments to the composition to make it really, start looking a little bit nicer for you. That's the problem, though, is, again, I think right now Showtime does still have the better army, so it's all well and good LAMBO counterattacking and trying to take players out of the game, but MaxPax needs to be able to live long enough to make his army count for something as well. But, I mean, this fight's breaking out over here as well. You can see the Air Force of MaxPax is looking to try and get something done. Again, what can we do? Chipping away. How much more time can we give up right now? MaxPax supply blocked as well. LAMBO down to 70 supply. Spirit still at 40. There's another Nexus down, so just 2 bases left. I mean, LAMBO, again, he did a lot of work on the counterattacks, but MaxPax needs to find a way to fight. Dropping his main that denied his pylons as well, denying some of the Stargates from building Void Rays for a while, so even less units to play with. And again, right now for MaxPax, every unit is going to count for a lot. So you need units, you need to get through this. I think Showtime's going to keep going, because he knows he's not really, they are not in a state to go back home and rebuild it all. They want to keep pressure up while they know they've probably got the better army composition in the PvP. LAMBO's trying to make a few Lings, a few Roaches, anything That might help to suffer an Archon or a Stalker shot to give MaxPax a little bit more hope and life in him. Well, Archons get caught on the stasis. We'll see the Stalkers trying to come through as well. Just going to see the Time War coming down. Roger still activating. The Phoenix going to get a bunch of lifts off. This is where the Phoenix can obviously be huge for you. Is it enough though? Like, you need the Phoenix, then you need something more behind it, right? More Void Rays being built. Showtime still just adding on Stalkers. A few Marines from Spirit need to figure out where the best place for them to go is. They're actually going to join with some Medivacs. There is a hatchery coming around the back here from Lambo, but we might be able to see the Marines, I was going to say, do something about that, but they're going to get caught by the Phoenix, and that's just going to be free supply. So Spirit is down to 18 supply, and Showtime, it's really on him. And he just has to go. He just has to push in and just try and kill, I mean, more bases. He has to force the fight. He needs to make MaxPax feel like he has to engage right now. The Archons are, again, the huge part of this. Obviously, the Tempest's going to try and make you force fight at a distance if possible. We blink in with the Stalkers, wanting the Mothership, of course, if we can get it. Phoenix begin to lift up the Stalkers. Archons want to get involved, but they're struggling. At the same time, the Stalkers aren't dying quickly. It's a very close fight. It's such a mess of units. I've got no idea what's really going on. I think MaxPax is holding, though. I think he's just about going to have enough, and he's going to have the units to fight the Archons at the end as well. Lambo's still counterattacking on the other side, and it looks as though MaxPax and Lambo are going to get Game 2 by going to another Game 3 here today, as this format keeps on delivering so far. Games have been great, and with another Game 3 on the horizon, the intensity builds once again. As, man, this really felt like Showtime's army was just a bit better, just unable to really get involved and just unable to really make the final push forward. Obviously, they did a great job of denying Lambo from staying in the game a bit, and yet Lambo was still just about in there, that teeny tiny bit at the very end. Crazy, crazy stuff. Alright, Rust Bucket, Purple Rain, or New Bed of Chaos. It is going to be the pick of Spirit and Showtime. Their benefit from winning map 1 will be a map pick for Game 3, because the map pick for Game 2 went to the other team. Good Mothership usage. The Time Warp was brutal. Yeah. Some of these 2v2 fights have just been crazy this week, to be honest, in general. It's been pretty wild, to say the least. Excuse me. Pretty wild, to say the least. Alright. Purple Rain, oh, go Spirit, giving us the map we've seen played the least today, alongside New Better Chaos. I like it. I love it, in fact. Right, Game 3, gonna be on Purple Rain then. And Lambo and MaxPax, can they win 3 series in a row together? Or is it gonna come to Spirit and Showtime to stop them? And to force the Lambo Hearthstone combo up last. Again, we know what the final combo of plays will be on both teams, because we know Spirit and MaxPax have already lost a series, so it would be Showtime with the Laser or Hearthstone with Lambo as the final teams on each side. Whichever order we get in to get there, we know that that's going to be the final teams, so figuring that out. As we take a couple moments. Alrighty. It's 1-1. It's MaxPax and Lambo in the upper right, holding off that big Stalker attack. And able to just about calm the storm at the end of the day in that last game to get the win as they take on Spirit and Showtime. Purple Rain, their map pick. We've not seen this map a lot, but this is the 2 main bases that lead to low ground. It does have multiple entry points, so it's actually a very spread out low ground area. Like, this is just a huge space. So it's probably why the map's not being played a lot, because it's a massive main, it's a massive natural. There's just so much space to work with, way more than you're used to seeing in any sort of form of StarCraft, really. And this could have almost been a 3v3 main base and a 3v3 natural, almost, it feels like. SCV chases the probe, a little bit of action. Pool coming up, hatch coming up. Take a couple of moments here as we just have the first nibbles of the game coming down, worker to worker. Some work in there, get some work damage done. Probe Nelly goes down, but just about gets away for the moment. Probe the Marine. Just doing some damage, put some work in. It's just working through this pylon for the moment. So far so good. They're building up, Stargate on the way by, SCV, reactor, all building, a couple of lings get straight onto the pylon there as well. We'll see the Twilight Council building through with the gateway, with the warp gate, all coming online as well now for the moment. Lings get there, pylon gets killed. Stalker is about to pop. Just going to be seeing the Stargate coming about. Depth going to get there. Probe falling. And a couple of gates coming through. The drone still producing. For the moment. Well, he's just going to take the chance to get forward there. We'd love to get a few more pros with this Hellion, and it's not being stopped, so going to take a few free pickings on that one. Link coming up, the robo facility coming around. Extractors and the drones all building by. The Queen and the Lings will continue to produce here as well. See, those few Lings still really want to get in after those Hellions, if at all possible. A couple of those probes going down, the Hellions will all fall, the Adept's going to chase up into the main after an Adept as well. It's pretty chaotic first few moments, a few workers going down on either side. We take a second look at units lost. 4 Hellions and 5 probes of Showtime, but 11 probes of MaxPax. Again, the priority always seems to be on those MaxPax workers, trying to knock MaxPax down and take his strength away from this game. There's definitely a bit more reliance on the teammate of a Zerg when you're playing 2v2, right? I feel like the Zerg is much more of a supporting race than it is the carry race. So you always, if you want to, if you can knock down the accompaniment to the Zerg, you're going to be in a bit of a stronger spot. As all the gates start coming up here, and it looks as though Lambo is setting up to give MaxPax some money to play some Stalkers. Is this the last best of 3 tonight? Nope. At the very least, there's one more after this. And if they're won by different sides, this one and the next one, then we have an ace match after that still as well. All 6 gateways still building online. One more Stalkers walk in. We take a step through. Stalkers and the Adept take some damage. Couple of tank shots coming about. Stalkers taking shots. These pylons will be getting hit hard. We're going to go back and forwards here. Both those pylons just going to be cleaned out. I mean, this is MaxPax already starting up with the momentum. Obviously, tanks are a big problem, and I like where they're placed, and I love the stasis wards. Now, the Observer gets to see them, though. Lucky, lucky, we're not on the patch just yet. That Observer would have been mincemeat. Bunk on the low ground goes down. This is what MaxPax is great at. Finding the correct openings, finding the positions that he can get the best value out of his Stalkers in. Oh, the Prism's exposed though, and Showtime makes a play for it, but it gets away, slipping on out of there. Very, very sleek. Turns attention back onto this depot. It will go down. The Orbital Command still retreating back over. The Stalker still joining up. Marine Stim, tank, pulling the way through. We had a couple of pros. We had the gateway on as well. Stalkers have to be cautious. Couple of tank shots doing nice. I love this split though. Definitely going to cause some trouble. Again, MaxPax is so good at controlling these units in different places as well. We saw it in an earlier game against Goblin and UTHERMAL. It was the splitting that really made the difference in the end. And, oh, gonna get after this Orbital Command here. Gonna commit for it, seems. Gets the base. That makes Spirit a one-base Terran. Whew. Well, that's a major catch, and that's just Spirits. I mean, like I said, the bases are so far apart here. The split is extremely effective because of that, and Spirit loses his natural. Oh, he's going to blink in. MaxPax goes for it. He's not afraid of the Marines that don't have Stim yet. And he's going to overwhelm Spirits. The Spirit's down and now he's got more Stalkers than Showtime. It's going to be a difficult one to save. He's blinked into the Stasis Ward as well. MaxPax and Lambo are going to Stalker it up and take this through to a match point. What a swing around it's been. They were down 0-2 Team Lambo. Lambo came out to accompany MaxPax. And they are going to bring it back in this series as well after a great series. Spirit will go 0-2 on the day. The guy who keeps winning 2v2 events with anyone and everyone cannot get it done in the all-kill with the player who he won the 2v2 Open Cup with on Tuesday. Beautiful. Yeah, Lambo was just feeding MaxPax, guys. This was a joint effort. MaxPax gets given the money. Lambo sits there and produces the money. Alright, what was our least played map then? New Bed of Chaos, I believe, so I think that's going to be our map that we go on to. Yep, we've only seen that once all day, so let's get that up and running. Players will take a moment. Get ready to go. Yeah, players did initially ask for the, ask about the resource mod, so that feeding can't exist. But the TLMC would rather have the maps be played, and so the tournament be played in such a way that emulates the ladder, right? And obviously the ladder doesn't play with any mod or anything, so unfortunately, we have to play with the feeding allowed. It's very powerful, obviously, as you can see. Feeding strats have definitely done very well for themselves today. All right, we're going to get set up then. Team Halston is a series away from victory as it's been Lambo and MaxPax, stars of the show. Can they get one more? MaxPax's BRB a moment, so it is going to be Showtime or Lasers. It's actually going to be Protoss Zerg versus Protoss Zerg now. What if they both just feed the Protoss players and we just have mega PvP? What's actually wild is going to be Protoss Zerg versus Protoss Zerg for the rest of the day, because even if MaxPax and Lambo lose this one, Harstam is the next player up and he would join Lambo, because MaxPax is the one who's due to be eliminated if they lose. So it'd be Protoss Zerg versus Protoss Zerg for the final series as well if we get there, so Eden should be banned. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the players asked about it. But our sponsors, well, I mean, the TLMC said they'd rather have, like I said, the more accurate versions. So if it's there, they're going to use it, and that's what they have done. Alrighty. Mega PvP. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Mega PvP. Just needing a laser to join us here, guys, and we will be going into this next best of 3, which could be our final best of 3. Thanks for watching, Dave. We have pretty good viewership for some 2v2. Love to see it. And we've had great games. I think this is deserving of some good viewership. Alright, our laser ready's up. Showtime should be ready with them. You don't say ready if your teammate ain't ready. Just waiting for LAMBO and MaxPax to be ready as well. MaxPax did ask for a minute, but he has since joined the lobby, so give it a couple moments and see. LAMBO is BRB. Cool. So LAMBO's BRB one moment. When he's back, we will instigate this this matchup, guys. Get this underway. Format is amazing. Yeah, you guys like it? If anyone has any feedback on the format, I'd be happy to hear it. First time we've done something like this. I was thinking the only complaint you might have is that if one 2v2 pair is just very good, like if, for example, if LAMBO and MaxPax just win out, right? Like, is that exciting? I was wondering. Here's my new plan. Maybe not new plan, but different plan for next time. Maybe instead of it being all kill, right? Instead of it being all kill, what if it was conquest? So every player on the team has to win a 2v2 with someone else, with 2 different people. So like, for example, like MaxPax wins with LAMBO, then MaxPax has to win with someone else on the team, and once he wins, he's done. He's like done his part on the team. I think this is fun already, but I wonder if conquest could be kind of fun and silly as well. Because that would just, it's the same idea, just in a bit of a different format, obviously. So it'd be kind of cool. Could be kind of cool. What is kind of cool as we get into this series? It's LAMBO and MaxPax in the bottom right, taking on Showtime and a laser in the upper left. I think all kill at least is something that's familiar within the SCT community, so it's a little bit more easy to understand. Conquest mode would be a bit more complicated, perhaps. Awesome could win without playing. Yeah, but he's been the team captain behind it all, you know, so definitely earning his keep. Yeah, so far. Earning his keep so far. Kick coming about, assimilator coming through, gets settled down for a few moments. Okay, it's coming through, drones on the way up. We get settled for a couple of seconds then, so we get into things and look to see what is going to keep on happening. Just going to get the gate and the cyber core both coming by for a couple of moments, get that on the way. So far, so good. Looking cozy. A couple of moments. Gates coming by. It's going to be seeing the drones, the queens, the extractor coming about as well. So got a lot of that on the way right now. So far, so good. Still stalkers in that warp gate building as well. The Twilight Council already on the way from Showtime. Wondering if a laser, like I say, takes that feeding role on as well. Freaking Zerg. Everyone's like, Zerg sucks in 2v2. It's like, well, what if they are just an economy? The one way to negate your racial disparity, isn't it? Just be an economy for your teammate. Be the economy for the better race. Focus coming about. We do see the Bane Nest already coming down here from LAMBO. Oh, we haven't seen them be like super aggressive like this, really. We had a little bit of aggression with that. It was just Ling Stalker, and that was off the 3 gate on 1 base. But this is going to be a 2 base push from LAMBO and MaxPax. This is not feeding. This is just straight up just going to go pow, 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 and power through. So I believe a laser is going to be feeding into Showtime. And I think Showtime is going to start building a lot of gates, but I wanted to say that I felt like LAMBO and MaxPax were going to hit a little bit before that was all ready, and they were going to extend it, but... Alright, cancel the Bayonets. Did they get scouted, maybe? They probably got scouted, right? No? Oh. Well, either way, it's melee upgrade now, and so it seems like they're moving away from that Bane Nest, and so... And, well, melee upgrade is going to be the call. MaxPax with the Stalker Sentry coming about, Warp Gate coming through. He had a couple more gateways in as well. And get that up and running. Is going to gather about. As the Stalkers start to move across the maps, we begin to get some motion going here. Showtime on the offensive. Stalkers just warping in. Prism is going to be there with the warping, obviously. Immortal building from MaxPax. The Immortal, though, is such a fragile unit in this scenario. There is a hallucination there as well, which is going to maybe give you a better odds that the wrong Immortal gets hit initially. Ling's going to try and push back a little bit. MaxPax not there quite there to fight either. Ling's already counterattacking, hitting some of the laser economy. Queen's in the wall. Going to try and play a bit of defense over here. They will have transfusions to keep themselves going a little bit longer. But that could take some attention to the other side, so I like the idea. Showtime, I didn't realize Showtime was just 1 base in it as well. The laser is, again, just... Again, if you sat that thing and the laser just AFK, no, he is giving Showtime all of his money to enable him to build into all of this right now. So, that's the go-to plan. That's the situation right now. Showtime's lost a lot, to be fair, so far. A few Stalkers going down. We blink in for the Immortal. Dies almost instantly, and that's going to be now the Lings making their play, jumping on through. It's a lot of Stalkers getting turned around. I think for the moment, LAMBO and MaxPax are defending against this. The Stalker's still coming forward. I think this is a defense. There's now some Lings from the other side helping as well, and Showtime is just in full retreat mode. It's all gone wrong. Those Lings distracted on the other side of the map, I think, actually had a pretty big role to play. The defense in general has just been solid. So defense make, and LAMBO and MaxPax show the ability to defend against what they have been doing to others so far today as well. Stalkers down the side, the Ling is still settling. And more Stalkers all join up. There's Stalkers going to walk in over here. I mean, we're going to get a chance to get a Queen. LAMBO's base in trouble. Oh, we're going to send the Lings on the counter-attack again. I think it's not a bad choice because MaxPax, I think, actually has plenty to defend this right now. And the Lings counter-attacking are going to cause chaos. They're in the main of Natural of a laser. And they are just going to get straight through for a whole bunch of actions. So a whole bunch of work being made there. GG gets called. GG says Showtime. And this game gets wound out. LAMBO and MaxPax will stay in a very strong position. Sorry, so I think I just missed. For some, like, my brain never triggered to the fact that Showtime was just 1 base. And I wonder if it was, when I said it was, yeah, when I said LAMBO, did LAMBO get scouted on the Bailing Nest cancel? It was the fact that he scouted Showtime being on 1 base. So, sorry, that's me just being lackluster on the observing and the keeping track of what the hell is actually going on. But that's what happens. So the idea from MaxPax and LAMBO was aggression, and then they changed that aggression based on the fact that the other team didn't have an expansion from their Protoss player. So that explains it. Because I was kind of confused why they were setting up like... I just never looked back across the map to the fact that Showtime didn't expand. So that one's on me, guys. Sorry. Makes so much more sense just... I don't know why, it just took me forever. I just assumed that expansion was there, you know? I just... You know, when your brain just auto-modes, I'm like, well, of course they've expanded. Who doesn't expand? That was me in that last game. A little bit awkward. A little bit awkward. Alright. LAMBO and MaxPax are ahead by a map. They are one map away from winning this. Man, this was looking dire earlier on as well. Remember that not only were LAMBO and MaxPax... you know, LAMBO and MaxPax also went to a game 3 here already a couple times too. Like, it's not been easy for them, and Team Harsum started down 0-2 as Nikaract and Wayne and MaxPax and Nikaract fell initially. We're just waiting for our go-ahead here. Waiting for the map pick. Couple of moments. I'll kick this off. Apparently Laser was not in the lobby or something because he just asked me what maps they can pick. I'm like, I just posted these, so we'll just get that sorted and we can, like I say, get this figured out, guys. Has just been a lot of Gem Garden, Rust Bucket. How much have they been played? So Gem Garden 1, 2, 3 times. Rust Bucket 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Toha Industries 1, 2, 3, 4 times. New Better Chaos twice. Double Rain twice. It's not too bad balancing in terms of how much is being played. Of course, one of those more played maps could be picked again right now, so that is a possibility. But, yeah, like I said, it's only so much we can do in terms of controlling how much each map gets played, unless we make every map predetermined. Personally, I still like to always give the players some choice. So while we pick map 1, I like to give guys some choice on the other maps that get played in a series, rather than it just being straight up like, you're going to play this map now you play this map, which maybe it should be like that for map contest tournament, but yeah, usually when we do the 1v1, obviously we have the same set of maps that we work with for an entire week, and then we have a bunch of systems in place there to try and ensure maps get played a fair amount each time. We'll have a 1v1 map contest tournament coming up as well, by the way, in October, so that is coming, so you guys know it's going to be happening soon. Very exciting. Toha Industries. Alright, well, that's one of the kind of middle played maps, so I'm okay about it. Let's see if Laser and Showtime can bring it back. Come on, go straight in here. Waiting for everyone else to join us. Missing a cheeky guy called MaxPax, and we'll be good to go. As they are one map away from winning it. I think the best part is there's been a lot of game 3s. Like, even when we've had teams that have looked pretty dominant, they've been pushed to game 3s a few times. It's definitely not looked unwinnable. It's been fun. If this is the last map, I'm happy with how it went. To be honest, this was kind of a kind of an idea that really just spawned out of nowhere as well. I was like, when we were talking about doing the TLMC this time, I was like, man, maybe we should do something a little different than just like a second open cup for 2v2. I'm glad we did, because this has been very fun. Ready, GLA Jeff. Away we go. What's up, Montrekel? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. What does all kill mean? Typically, all kill is like a team format. So, in the days gone by, like you would have two teams, and then one player goes up against another player, and the player that wins stays on. So the player that wins stays on, and basically it's whoever has, runs out of players first loses. This is a bit of a twist on it, which is 2v2 mode. So there's two teams of 5. They send out a 2v2 team. When a team loses a best of 3, they lose one of their players, and they must send another player forward to team up with the other guy. And we play until one team cannot field a 2v2 team anymore, which is about to be Showtime and the Laser Squad, because they have no players remaining. They are the last guy standing from Team UTHERMAL. Team Harster with the big turnaround after being down 2 lives early. LAMBO and MaxPax have been the dream team to fix it all. Here's me suggesting maybe we got past a MaxPax for some Protoss action. I'm such a fool. Such a fool. Much drone coming about then. We get that settled down. Get that all brought up. Is this live or is this PTR? This is just live. Live. Which got some cool coming through. Got settled in here. Ireland the Cyber Core coming up as well. Is this new patch? No. New patch isn't going to be played for a bit. We will have a PTR tournament on Tuesday, guys. So tomorrow's WardiTV Monday is normal. And then Tuesday we'll do a PTR Open Cup. So there will be some PTRing on Tuesday. Resulting action coming through. A bit of action, nothing too crazy just yet as we get settled down. Oracle's gonna be there, a couple queens gonna fire, Oracle get pushed around, it's gonna be Stargates on both sides, so Zerg's helping to power up the Phoenix of the Protoss players right now. So some mega Phoenix versus Phoenix about to happen here early. You're going to see the Phoenix moving around for a couple moments, getting settled in. So the feelings gathering about. Phoenix joined together. We are going to be seeing the melee upgrade building from LAMBO. So, in a game where both players are mostly going into the Phoenix, there's also going to be a little bit of Zerg action as well. Laser, funnily enough, does have some Banelings to help him out. LAMBO will get that melee upgrade. So it's kind of on the Phoenix wall, but it's going to be a little bit about that Zerg support and how much chaos the Zergs can kind of supply as well. Will the Ling Bane of a Laser do better than just the melee upgrade Lings of LAMBO? LAMBO's going to add a Baneling Nest of his own as well, but again, a lot of the gas right now just going directly into the pocket of the Protoss players. Fleet Beacon coming up much faster here from Showtime gives him... Oh, sorry, nope, never mind. MaxPax already had the Fleet Beacon. Not looking at the production tab enough, so he's going to get the Phoenix range a few seconds earlier. That could create an opening, perhaps. Let's see, it's not just Mega PvP, it's Mega Phoenix on Phoenix. MaxPax is just a little bit rich too. I wonder if that's the difference of just a laser kind of keeping a bit of gas to enable him to go into the Baneling Nest a little bit earlier. I wonder if that has an impact. As if you have throws going down, the Phoenix getting in and getting some lifts off. It's obviously Ling battles right now. I love this one Oracle as well. Can obviously do some work. And at this point, Showtime is in a bit of trouble, I think, already, because he's just down a Stargate as well. So it does feel like LAMBO and MaxPax's build is just a little bit more efficient than the build of Showtime and a laser thus far. Lings coming across, a few Lings got chased. Phoenix all coming across. Just going to be seeing the Stargate, the Rover facility coming around. It's going to set up. The Phoenix is going to go in after a whole bunch of Zerglings. A bunch of Lings going down already. Upgrades coming by from the Phoenix versus Phoenix Wars. It's kind of wild, but watching Ling Bane versus Ling Bane and Phoenix versus Phoenix. But there's already a 3 Phoenix advantage to MaxPax right now. There's the Ling Bane War. A few more Lings from a laser. A couple of similar Bane counts though. See, that's why it's nice to see these Phoenix getting some lifts where they can. You just want to make sure if you are lifting that you're not doing it in range of the Phoenix, because then they could get a jump on you and get the first shots off, and that could be a decisive factor in the Phoenix versus Phoenix battle. Yeah, these Lings are going to continue to cause a lot of chaos. Motherships on the way from both, but MaxPax is once again a little bit quicker to the Mothership. Now on 5 Stargates, and I wonder if he could just go into carriers from here as well, and just start adding on a couple of those. It feels like he's in a fairly safe place. I think he's going to get a catch right there. It's going to be seeing the units still pushing up, so actually very aggressive from LAMBO, and MaxPax just stepping straight across the other side. You got a lot of Banes here, but actually the Banes of a laser put in some work, and they do get rid of a lot of LAMBO's Banelings. Link counterattack from a laser going to take some attention. MaxPax is feeling it. He's getting into range of the Phoenix of his opponent. There's the Mothership. Cloaking activates. The Augur's going to take this fight, then Time Warp on either side. MaxPax stays in the Time Warp, but he's getting free shots off the Phoenix of his opponent, not coming into reach at all. Now he will be in reach. I mean, I think MaxPax just has too much. He still has the Mothership, which obviously is a pretty big deal. I mean, just having the Mothership, and obviously they just sit here. The Mothership will deal good damage to the Lings as well. That splash damage will add up. Shots coming through again. Phoenix going up on either side. You're going to see a continued push forward. Phoenix on Phoenix. Overlord going down. Damage still being done. The Phoenix still taking a chunk of damage at the moment. Just don't know if it's... I mean, is it enough? I mean, Lambo's doing well supply-wise. MaxPax is just so far ahead on supply. Oh, on Phoenix cam, but why is MaxPax on... Because he's just lost so many workers. So he's only got 28 workers. So MaxPax lost a ton of economy on the other side of the map, but that's not going to matter if he can just win the game with these Phoenix, which right now just standing around here is obviously kind of happening. Because it's very difficult for Showtime to catch up and get enough Phoenix to make this matter. And you're going to start sitting in a position where you can catch Phoenix as they spawn. Showtime's lost a lot of games to MaxPax's Phoenix versus Phoenix before. Unfortunately, it's going to follow him into the 2v2 as well, it would seem. As the Phoenix get back to work. So many Phoenix going down, damage just being done. Again on the ground, Lambo is starting to win out in the Ling Wars as well. I think this is more about the Phoenix because the Lings are a nice bonus, but it really is those Phoenix in the sky as MaxPax finishes things off the way you might expect MaxPax to. Team Hearthstone get it done. Was there killer strategy not playing Hearthstone? Maybe it was, as Team Hearthstone are going to win it out 4-2 overall. No players left remaining, unfortunately, from UTHERMAL squad. Had such a good start. Goblin and UTHERMAL had a really great beginning, but Lambo and MaxPax just became unstoppable once they stepped out. GG's. This was very fun, guys. It was a very cool format. We had a bit of back and forth involved in it as well. This is how it went down. So again, we started off the day with Nikaract and Wayne versus Goblin and UTHERMAL. This was an exciting match as well. I felt like Nikaract and Wayne had a good chance in this one, actually, to start us off. Then they fell. MaxPax and Nikaract fell after a very close series as well. And then obviously Lambo and MaxPax took to the stage. And they went 2-1 against Goblin and UTHERMAL, but they did get that victory. For they 2-0'd Goblin Spirit, 2-1 against Showtime and Spirit, and then Lambo and MaxPax finish it off with a 2-0 against a Laser and Showtime. And Hearthstone cashes in from great coaching and great captaining. Great job, Hearthstone. made the difference clearly in the end. Good job, Hearthstone. GG's. GG's. A real captain never fields himself. Didn't need to. Captained so well, he didn't have to step up to save the day. Beautiful. It is funny that the largest WardiTV payout for Hearthstone in the last couple of years is going to be to an event he never had to plan. Something beautiful about that. Always a good one. Gonna be a good laugh for a while. Thank you so much, Schmacker. How you doing? 17-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, honestly, this was fun. I kind of liked it. I think it would have been better without feeding with the resource tax mod, but like I say, we couldn't control that. But I think as a format, I thought it was genuinely pretty fun. I think it was cool. Something different that worked. Nice. Alrighty, guys. Thank you to UTHERMAL and Hearthstone who captained the teams as well. Appreciate them doing a little bit of extra work and allowing us to obviously have a pretty smooth day when it came to it as well. And yeah, I appreciate you guys all watching. We had actually good viewership today. The viewership's back. Oh my god. We had like 1.1k with... We had a couple hosts. We had Roddy host us, Ducklings host us, but no super crazy big host to get us up to 1k. So thank you so much, guys, for watching today. Hope you enjoyed. I'm going to be here tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays, edition 52. Is it tomorrow? I think so. So WardiTV Mondays 52 tomorrow. And then we will be back on Tuesday with the PTR tournament, checking out the new changes. And then I'm away Wednesday through Sunday because me and Helen are going on a mini honeymoon. So we will be gone until Sunday. So basically Monday Cup, Tuesday Open PTR Cup, and then I'll be back for the Monday Cup the week after. And after that, there's a couple weekends I'm away in October, but generally we're going to have a lot more StarCraft Duke going on again. So ramping back up after taking some time out. Thank you so much. Smaller73 for the £8 donation. I think that just said thank you for the stream, but let me just double check the dashboard so I can read it properly. Yes, thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Appreciate the donation. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Alrighty, guys. I don't think there's anything else left for me to really do. So we're just going to wrap it up right there. Send you guys into a set of ads. We'll go from there. Will I cast some PTR games? We'll have a PTR Open Cup on Tuesday. So that will be me casting some PTR. I'm not going out of my way to grab replays or anything. We'll catch those ones on Tuesday and we'll go from there. Who came up with the format? It was me. Yes, I had some money and I thought, let's do something fun instead of something we've seen before. So I think it worked. I think this was, to me, this was the most fun event we've had all week in the team games. I thought it was genuinely very cool. Something different at the very least. Like I say, can't pull it off all the time, but mix it up here and there when we have, like, I think it works in this format at least, when we have repeated, you know, when we have, like the team maps and we have to do 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, and then we have, like, an extra day. It kind of makes sense to do something like that, so... Alrighty guys, like I say, thanks so much for watching. I'll run some ads on the outro, and when those ads finish, I'll host someone on Twitch, we'll go offline on YouTube, and I will see you guys next time. I'm going to mute up the sounds because I need to edit up a YouTube VOD, so I'm just going to mute the sound on the outro anyway, so there's not your volumes disappearing or anything, it's just me going and getting some work done while the outro plays. Korea versus the World 2v2 next? That could be a good one, actually. I didn't think about, like... I wanted to get Koreans involved, but obviously I didn't know if I could get, like, a full team of Koreans. But actually, like, Korea versus World 2v2, like, in this format could be very fun. It'd actually be pretty cool. So, yeah, that could be a fun event, but, yeah, we need to find someone with some money to fund it. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Monday Cup.